best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is our Wasteful Wednesday show. Today I tweeted about two things, hashtag how dare you and hashtag pollution. And we want to talk about pollution tonight because I've got a real plan to deal with pollution, as opposed to Greta Thunberg, who doesn't have any plan at all to fix this nightmare. And I'm just as concerned as she is about the ongoing pollution problem. I've been concerned since I was a child, and I can tell you that this is a real problem that can be fixed without taxing you. The people that she represents, they want to make money on you, lots of it. They want you to pay for any activity that may have led to pollution in this world. I don't want to do that. Yeah, they would rather brainwash you into thinking that, oh, there's only one way to fix this, that's cap and trade legislation. No, that's not the way that's going to work. There's no proof that would even work. I have unique solutions for unique alternative ways of generating energy. I call them green, clean technologies, like this Savonius windmill adapted to a pole, electric pole. This is an idea I came up with in 2009. And the Savonius windmill has been duplicated around the world because it's a Creative Commons license. It's open source, so anybody can make these things. But this is the type of solution we have, as well as other ways of dealing with the crisis, one of which is air filtration. That's right, air filtration is a key to helping the nation's environment. I'm going to move that around. Let's just get that out of the way. Anyway, back to you in the show. Here, let's go there and talk to everyone here. Welcome. We've got Twitch going over there at Cool Rock Party. Hi. Molten Salt Energy Storage Systems. Very true. Donald Trump is now live. You're going to watch Donald Trump live? Okay. I don't think he is live on Twitch, but thank you if he is. Well, Putin shouldn't in any way prop up U.S. politicians. If Hillary's right and Tulsi Gabbard is getting support from Russia. I can't confirm that, but I'm not getting support from Russia. Thank you. All right, molten salt energy storage systems are the wave of the future, yes. That definitely dovetails into our plan of saltwater elimination, desalination. Our ocean pipeline idea would create a tremendous amount of salt. We could actually store heat in salt. You're onto something there. Okay, hello, welcome. If you're having any problem with the feed, feel free to click on my Periscope link. That has got the lowest kbytes per second, but it's probably the most likely to come in if you're on an iPhone or something. Check that out. Greta Thunberg's seething hatred of a perfect example of leftist ideology contaminating the innocent. Max, thank you.
When Veronica Salt threw a hissy fit, she at least mixed it up with a catchy song. No such luck with Little Miss Greta, the teenage Swedish climate activist and sometimes student. Nope, Greta is all frowns, all crossed arms, and she's not here to play. Having sailed by an emissions-free yacht to New York, she delivered her infamous sermon for the repentant Luddites at the UN Climate Action Summit. How dare you?
Okay, we got this video to play tonight. Thanks, Max. But she didn't bring up air filtration at all. And ironically, that's the most important thing that we need to start working on, is getting the air clean. If we're dealing with the climate change as a result of some source, we want to find out the source too. Well, she didn't talk about the potential sources either. And that's another issue that has to be discussed. And that's right. I know, the word is chemtrails. We need to stop the chemtrails. Where does industrial waste go? People want to know. I always used to wonder, where does industrial waste go? Well, when they make aluminum, they actually have a fluoride on the smokestacks of the aluminum kiln. Fluoride is one of the byproducts when they make aluminum. And they take and rinse that sodium fluoride down off the walls of the smokestacks. And guess where they put it? In your water. 67% of your entire water in America, our entire water systems are fluoridated heavily with this stuff that's actually a toxic waste off of the aluminum factories. They've got plenty of it too, more than they need. And one of the side effects of fluoride is it dumbs us down. Now, it's not only in our water, it's in our beer. There's no filtered water in beer, generally speaking. Our wine. Yeah. There's no guarantee you're drinking anything but tap water whenever you get something that doesn't have the word filtered water on it. Yeah, maybe beer. Yeah. So that's the way they're dumbing us down with the fluoride out of the factories. They've also got things that are coming off the smokestacks that they've been working on. There was a program under George W. Bush and Barack Obama called the Future Gen Project. And the whole idea was to get rid of carbon, and it was called carbon sequestration. Well, our government's put a lot of money into that stuff. Yeah. I know you like beer. What gives? There are a lot of people that like beer. But they don't seem to care about the water that they're drinking. They don't seem to bother to know that almost all beer has no filtered water in it.
Which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace. Beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
And he drank beer. He could care less the water that's in it. Most people that drink various beverages, including sodas and whatnot, don't care about the water. But because Greta won't discuss these issues and fixing the climate problem, instead it generally embraces everything without ever questioning anything, we've got a raging amount of libtards trying to promote this global climate change issue and then trying to attach with it solutions like cap and trade legislation, carbon point legislation, which would tax you. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be taxed for something that they're dropping in the air. Turns out that this is the Future Gen Project. I know. You're wondering, how have they been funding all these drops of chemical pollution and industrial waste on our heads all these years? Well, they spend $10 billion a year dumping this on our heads. And it is the Future Gen Project. That is what they did. They condensed all of this carbon, heavy metals, barium, sulfite, aluminum, selenium, strontium, God knows what they put in these things, and they dump them on our heads in the sky above us. Seriously. That's what they're doing. They're taxing you to dump chemicals on top of your head, and then they put out this woman with her crazed idealism and acting like she's this. Some people see her as a messiah. I'm not kidding either. And then exploit this young girl who's got serious mental problems.
She thundered repeatedly, while meandering through a sloppy mess of pseudo-statistics.
Yeah, so we're going to look at that for sure. But I don't really want to get deep into this other than to say that you are breathing all the toxic waste that they're getting off of industrial waste. Just so you know. Low-level nuclear fertilizer is going into Oklahoma. Oh, nice. So what they're doing is they're fertilizing the fields with low-level nuclear waste. How special. This is what I have to do to get links here. So I'm going to go to my incognito, Control-Shift-N, and type this in. And see if I can avoid that flip screen. Good. Converted radioactive waste used to fertilize in Oklahoma. About the archive. Log in to create. Oh, so apparently that didn't work either. Okay. Well, it was a nice article from the header, you know. You know, I don't have AdGuard. And I don't want to use AdGuard because if I do use AdGuard, other things happen. What's Twitch saying? Why would the government intentionally try to dumb down its people? Why we live in a competitive world? Well, the thing is, Mother's Grundle, the government doesn't want you to question anything. That's the premise behind why they want to dumb you down. This isn't the first time fluoride's been used. Hitler used fluoride against the German people to dumb them down during the Holocaust period. In fact, the use of fluoride's been going on since Sumerian times. Romans used it. They found a small village where everyone was like really stupid, and they were drinking this fluoridated water. And then they realized, well, we could just export the water and everyone becomes stupid. I'm not making this up. This is ancient knowledge that the elitists have had for centuries. They've been doing this to dumb us down. If we were awake and aware of what's going on around us, most of us would become much more politically involved. In fact, the fact that we're still in this, trying to build this political movement, shows my incredible tenacity, and Sarah's too. But it also shows that not a lot of people really understand how important a third party is and how long it's taking to convince people of being politically active. Most people can't possibly handle it. And because, frankly, they're kind of out of it. And I'm not making a passing judgment on people. I realize this is a purposeful effort these people have put in to destroying our ability to think. They're going out of their way to do it, too. It's not just fluoride, it's lithium in the air too. But yeah, there's a growing concern, hazardous waste and fertilizer. It's amazing, they're sticking it in all different places. You know, back many years ago, we had a story about how a lot of the highways in Texas were being paved, and underneath it they would spray pesticides that they didn't know where to stick. And I actually drove down a Texas highway one day and I almost got sick from the smell of pesticides. These waste issues have been going on, and they take this toxic sludge and they just put it right there in the fertilizer. And they call this recovered sewage, which in fact is toxic to all of your food and anything you put in your garden, but they don't tell you that. Oh yeah, well, the nuclear deal faded when Trump didn't sign the treaty, and I'm glad he didn't. We weren't going to get much accountability out of Iran. They proved that they wouldn't even bring the IAEA in a timely fashion to tell us the progress of their nuclear missile. So it doesn't surprise me to see Iran pumping centrifuges at much faster rates now. Yeah, we expected this anyway. It doesn't really matter. It was imminent. The deal with Iran was stupid because it cost our country $155 billion. Obama just handed that money away. Yeah, Frank Zappa wrote 5 songs about dioxin. He was a very enlightened person. We've known about dioxin for some time, but we haven't really faced the issues of pesticides and their dangers. DDT has been the only pesticide ever outlawed. Yet we know for a fact from scientific studies that pesticides cause teratogenic effects, mutations in our genes. We know that. It also could trigger cancer growing in your body. And they found the glyphosate is in almost everybody's urine. 93% of the American people are urinating glyphosate, Roundup. 99% of the Europeans are urinating Roundup. Speaking of the earth being round, yeah. No, the earth is Roundup. Yeah, it's Roundup. There's over 7 billion tons of Roundup on the earth now. And it's all very serious. We have to deal with it. But did you hear Greta talking about that? No. She didn't even mention how we're going to fix the environment. And therein lies the problem. This woman doesn't have the intensity, she doesn't have the brains. She's reading off a script, but she was effectively used to promote her views and the views of the left. But they won't talk about everything. They won't talk about all the different things affecting us. The left won't even bring up the dangers of the 5G system that we have. I support a 5G plus EMP safe system where every single connection is checked for field energy. Every single junction box has limiters on it. The Democrats don't even talk about the dangers of EMF radiation. I'm going to change it from electromagnetic pulse safe to EMF because people don't realize that, yes, I'm going to try to secure this against an EMP attack, but it's electromagnetic field radiation or frequencies are really the danger. So we need to make them safe. So that's all about pollution and waste. All these ideas that we have here really involve having to have a leader at the White House that can solve these problems. But right now, we don't have anybody. So I put my name in the hat a long time ago, over 11 years ago, and I've been out there pitching for a solution for our country for a long, long time. And it's not something I'm just going to give up and act like, oh yeah, Dave, I'm getting censored, I'm just going to give up. No, hardly. Nothing can stop me. We're going to do this all the way because we have a lot more at odds here. We are dealing with a lot of strange things happening in the world. There's an ice age we're heading toward, but it's going to be 200 years. We are dealing with a massive amount of pollution. But the biggest problem facing our country, I believe, is the wasteful spending of the Democrats and the Republicans. So today we can talk about wasteful spending at the government level. Our government could not function without borrowing money. That's how poorly run our country is. A teacher wore blackface to school on Halloween, and now he's been suspended. Wow. I guess he feels like it's, hey, Scissor Fight, welcome. Thank you. I'll look at that article first from Scissor Fight. Ex-Twitter employee charged with spying for Saudi Arabia. Oh, you were serious. They were serious about an ex-Twitter employee spying for Saudi Arabia. Wow. Department of Justice on Wednesday charged 2 former Twitter employees with spying for Saudi Arabia, accusing the men of accessing information on Saudi dissidents who use the social networking site. Ahmad Abawamo and Ali Al-Azbara, a Saudi citizen, accessed the personal information of more than 6,000 Twitter users, including prominent dissident Omar Abdulaziz. I didn't know Twitter was so wide open to Saudi contamination. Makes me wonder if I should tweet, you know. Unbelievable. I'm glad they were arrested. Jeez. Yeah, I'm back up to 110 viewers. Gets the DDoS stop. Yes, we get DDoSed every night. And it's sad that the people who think they're going to stop me don't realize that they'll never stop me. And the more they try to stop me, the more I move to other networks, like we're on Twitch right now. We got people asking credible questions like Mother's Grundle. He says that the entire Greta debacle felt very staged. Yeah, you're making some good points. But I believe that the government is intentionally dumbing down its people because they don't want us to think out of the box. If you thought of out of the box, then we would be a strong political force to reckon with. Instead, we've been marginalized into the Democratic or the Republican Party where they can control people. So I know a lot of these ideas are very difficult to grasp for most people. The idea that we're being dumbed down. The idea that they don't want a political party to challenge the two-party system. The idea that they control all of the media, except for this. These are tough questions that take a little bit of intelligence to analyze. I'm not saying you're not intelligent. I'm just saying if you don't ask the questions, you never really analyze them. They moved the COP25 climate summit of Madrid so that girl could not attend in time. Oh, okay. Thanks. So here's a story about a teacher who wore blackface. To school for Halloween. He's now suspended. Wow. And this is in Canada. Ironically, here he thought Trudeau could get away with it, and he still won the election. But he's been placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. He attempted to imitate the rapper Common. Well, see how uptight our world is now that we can't even allow free speech, which is completely protected in our country, maybe not so in Canada. Okay, so the impeachment testimony is also giving Trump a quid pro quo defense. Ironically, the words quid pro quo, when discussed by Mulvaney, I said it gave Trump a possible defense. And I'm right. I'm actually dead on. I actually looked at the whole thing and said, well, if Mulvaney, his chief of staff, says there's quid pro quo, then maybe Trump can use that to his defense. And that probably is his best defense. But this ambassador to the Ukraine, Gordon Sondland, has now reversed his statement, changed his deposition statement, saying that quid pro quo did go on of some sort. If Trump sticks to the byline that he was simply going after stopping corruption in Ukraine, simply put, he wasn't specifically targeting Joe Biden. If they can prove that, if the Republicans can prove that, then it can fly as a quid pro quo that was completely within the scope of our national foreign policy, and it certainly meets the standards of Bill Clinton's treaty with Ukraine, which was designed to get rid of corruption. So I think Trump could have a way out in that matter. But if more and more people are coming out saying for sure that Trump mentioned Biden all the time in these conversations just to get the dirt on him, as opposed to a broader investigation into corruption, then it looks like it's definitely an impeachable offense. The teacher's black, so how could he be in blackface? Yeah, I don't know. Is the teacher black, really? I didn't even bother to look. Seriously? No, we haven't gotten our Spreadshirt site. It's been shut down. Spreadshirt shut our entire site down about 10 days ago. And I'm reorganizing the site. They just wiped us out. So I'm reorganizing the site and getting some new t-shirts up again. It's just crazy. All these things like boom, 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 just to knock us down. I know. Well, Trudeau's proven that you can do blackface and it doesn't destroy you politically, and I think that's been my point all along. It's free speech, and everybody who uses any kind of face paint on their face is conducting free speech. There is a point at which you could like smear feces on your face and you could get arrested for that. Well, yeah. I mean, if you spread fecal matter all over your face, it's symptomology of a type of schizophrenia called hebephrenic schizophrenia. And it's a type of schizophrenia involving very weird makeup, and it definitely is a psychological problem that could put you in a mental hospital. David, I was just escorted out of the Louisiana Trump rally for wearing your ATP windbreaker. They seized the Spawn 2020 flag and gave me a black eye. Are you serious? Take a picture of your eye and send it to me right now. I want to see that. Okay, and Donald Trump Jr. has made the ultimate decision to reveal the name of the whistleblower. Yeah, so it's out. Donald Trump Jr. has violated a couple of ethical laws, but now he's saying my dad can't be racist because he let me play video games with Michael Jackson. It sure sounds odd that he'd let his son vacation with a black man or hang out with Michael Jackson, he wrote. Okay, not only is he weird like his dad, but he's also stupid like his dad. Wow. He wrote in his book, Triggered, How the Left Thrives on Hate and Wants Us to Silence Us. Well, that's nice. I hope that works for him. But revealing a secret like the whistleblower is a danger to the whistleblower. Now, I'm not going to reveal his name on the show. But here is the whistleblower's face. Donald Jr. revealed his name. And we're looking at, seriously, this guy, he's in danger. He needs to make sure he and his family are protected. And it was strange the way the Republicans really wanted to know the accuser. Technically, they have a right to their accuser, to know their accuser. But it wasn't a trial at the time. So as the trial moves forward in the Senate, after the impeachment is conducted, if indeed Donald Trump is impeached, then this man's name and face will be a public item. But now it's a public item anyway, so Donald Trump Jr. engaging in violations of all kinds of behavior. Okay, stream is up, or stream is down. Is video down? They took my stream down as soon as I called him stupid. Okay. Video's up, good. All right, former Twitter employees charged with spying for Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we got that link from Scissor Fight. Pretty much a little bit more visual evidence here. Former Twitter employees charged with spying for... Saudi Arabia has been spying on everybody. They spied on Jeff Bezos. It turns out that Saudi Arabia was the group that found Jeff Bezos' sex pic with his girlfriend Sanchez and a picture of his penis, which hasn't made the rounds, so nobody's seen it. So assuming Saudi Arabia got it, they're probably, extorting money out of Jeff Bezos for that picture of his penis. I don't know. But yeah, Prince MBS is going to have to answer to this. 2 Twitter employees were accused of spying on behalf of Saudi Arabia. We covered the story. The official is likely Badr al-Asakar, who operated a charity belonging to bin Salman, who the CIA linked to last year's murder of Jamal Khashoggi. So the CIA has signed off on being bin Salman is linked to the murder. I didn't know that. Yeah, there's the guy. There's his story. I guess you're going to reveal his name now, since Donald Trump Jr. did it. All right, I'll go ahead and reveal his name. 5 fast facts you have to know. He's a CIA analyst. He worked with Obama. He's a Ukrainian expert for the CIA whose background matches details about the whistleblower previously reported by the New York Times. Hi, Sarah. He grew up in Connecticut, studied at Yale and Harvard, worked at the World Bank. He was working for the White House during the 2015 era. He remained at the NSC during the early months of the Trump administration. He was still assigned to the NSC. So, of course, Trump was going to be listened to by this guy. Trump was the target of Trump supporters in 2017 when he was accused of leaking the media because of his ties to Susan Rice and the Obama. Oh, so he's already been accused, and Trump had him in his White House listening in. So the media already accused this guy of this in 2017, and Trump went ahead and brought him in. That's on Trump. He had a guy who was accused of siding with Susan Rice and others, and that's on Trump. Okay, I've got to take this in. I want to tell Sarah a few things here right now. California collapse approaching despite Silicon Valley's huge supply of tax dollars. California is running out of money and their budget is going belly up. Okay. All right, I'll look at that later. Thank you. And then Lindsey Graham claims Trump is too incompetent to pull off a quid pro quo. Lindsey Graham has gone back and forth on Trump, and now he's claiming he's too incompetent to pull off a quid pro quo. That's pretty funny. It wasn't the most flattering defense. Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Was the final authority on everything Trump. I've read the transcript for myself. I made up my own mind. Volker, the special envoy, said there was no quid pro quo. Sunderland has changed his testimony to say he presumes there was. What I can tell you about the Trump policy toward the Ukraine, it was incoherent. It depends on who you talk to. They seem to be incapable of forming a quid pro quo. So, no, I find the whole process to be a sham, and I'm not going to legitimize it.
Chairman, what changed your mind? You told Axios that you...
Korak Party on Twitch?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm on there right now. We have a few viewers in Twitch. He did that on purpose so he can sue. Interesting. No way we can see. If you guys want to see...
we could change from just chatting to technology.
Yeah, we might just move from just chatting over it. If that may change... Do our chatters move with us when we move our chat to a new... any of you know on Twitch if our chatters stay with us if we move to a different room? Because Sarah was going to broadcast on technology over there because she's going to be working on the backbones of another computer. The quid pro quo was not in the transcript. It was done 2 weeks before during a CIA meeting with HC. Well, you know, if that's the case, then we need to look at the trail of evidence, Medral. Yeah. Spectacular drone footage of an encampment overlooking a bag person encampment. Okay. Sarah's going to look at the method that I've laid out for her to broadcast the show from the other computer onto our Cool Rock Party show and put the screen on there. And then you guys can see what she's doing over here at the other shows. That's just the way we're going to handle this tonight.
Shame in LA. It's a question so many people keep asking. But one man with a drone says it's the city that's to blame for the encampments that keep popping up.
Look at all the homeless
He's giving
people
us
there.
this bird's eye view of the mess. NBC4's John
LA.
Davis Klimak is live in Lake Balboa Park. John.
It was a few weeks ago, Carolyn, where we brought you here. We showed you the line of shopping carts full of garbage over here. There's only one left here now. It was cleaned up the very next day. But it was partly that story that led a Tarzana man to wonder where those shopping carts came from. And he went to look beyond the fencing here to see what he could see, and now you get to see it too.
It's just encampment after encampment.
You can't see this from Balboa Boulevard, but the area is widespread near the park.
It's...
Okay, so these were all cleared out last year near Anaheim, and now they're all rebuilding the encampments. You can't push the homeless out completely. They came back and they build their tents. So any effort to move that along is almost futile without solutions. Now, we have an economic brake pad I've suggested for America. One of the only things we can learn from Donald Trump is that when he shut the government down for a couple times, it didn't affect a lot of the commerce in America. We all got gas, everything ran fine. There were problems at the TSA, and we can deal with the TSA problems by financing the Coast Guard to operate their post during those times of shutdown. Anybody who would be shutting down during an economic brake pad period with this plan would simply be government officials that would be taking a mandatory furlough, but it would not be a paid vacation. That's the difference between what we have today, where we have to reimburse them all for paid vacations if we have a furlough. This would be a plan to actually shut down the government and people force them into vacations that they don't necessarily want or need, but it would not impact the functionality of our government very much. And this is an idea that I came up with, which no other person out there running for office would have as a tool to deal with the upcoming financial crisis, which is going to happen. With California tipping over financially, you know it's coming. Okay, let's talk about what Sarah's going to do, I guess. She's going to open up some sites and get ready to broadcast at Cool Rock Party. What's going on there? You guys are watching. It's crazy. The incompetence, the best defense the Republicans can come up with is on impeachment. Is yes, Donald Trump is incompetent, according to Lindsey Graham. Right. Yeah, well, ironically, that's a problem. You know, I'm wondering if I move over to another room, will my viewers carry with me? I think they will. Let me see if there's another room for technology over there. Go to my creator dashboard at Twitch. We're getting ready to just show some program details that Sarah's been working on, and she's going to get some help from Misanthropy, I guess. Let's see if I can go to science, technology. Technology. Yeah, there's a science and technology room. Okay, I'll update that. You should be in here anyways, so we'll still be up and running. Yeah, we still have viewers. Hi guys. We're now in technology and science. So Sarah and I are gonna go off. You ready to post up there on that one, or?
Sure. I mean,
open up the XSplit over there.
should I?
I'm gonna go off of Twitch right now and go back on over there. Go off there and then go back on. Just hit broad. Yeah, there you go. Okay. It should refresh in a second.
Okay, so let's see.
Not going through. Go back to the XSplit on that program over there. It says it's broadcasting. Huh.
7 viewers.
Well, it says it's broadcasting, but I'm not getting the feed over here, which is strange. Offline. Yeah, it's not working. Go off of it. Sorry. That's too bad. I thought I could make it work. Sorry. I'm going to go back to just chatting.
It's okay.
I just can't get over that. Well, I had to try it. We're picking up our viewers, so I don't want to really lose this option. All right. Okay, everyone. We're back up and running over Twitch. Yeah, that did not work out. That was just kind of wasted time. Wasted days and wasted nights. Sorry. And it totally took us off. Look at that.
What? It's back on.
But we lost everybody. They're all gone. I guess I switched rooms too fast. I know. Vaughn is up and running. That's good. Well, we've got
Sorry, it's my fault. Probably.
No, I couldn't get it the application to broadcast for some reason. Okay. Wonder Woman in the house. Yes, Wonder Woman is here. Okay, we are here. Mother's Grendel says we are here. Okay, guys. I'm going to introduce you to Sarah, and I'll give you this other camera if you want to do that. Because that's obviously still the issue. Thank you.
Okay.
And you may have to add the camera through that.
Add the camera.
That camera.
Got it. While the wheel returns to full steel design. Full steel, that's interesting. One day I will do this. Here's my... So this is what I was thinking of researching now. Not that you can see anything, but there we go. This is just running on a camera. So it says Hi, Dan. Hello, Misanthropy person. Sarah person. Well, this is not Arch Linux. This is just a computer, and I was reading about NDI. NDI is a thing where I can add a source on my XSplit called a NewTek NDI stream, and no NDI sources found on the network. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to put a... No, it's no problem. David said that he couldn't get the Hauppauge to work. Oh yeah, I didn't try that yet. The XSplit on a local network. I think I have to set up a local area network. And David had this issue about having a local network too. But that's what I was... Yes. So, yes, maybe Dr. Meow and Misanthropy, or Media Verification and Alliance and Misanthropy, can walk me through that. The XSplit trick on a local network. So the feed of your other screen can be added to your broadcasting XSplit on the main computer. Let's work on that. Okay, I've got XSplit over here. So how do I do that? Broadcast. Set up a new output. Local streaming. Right? Okay. I should probably turn this off because this is not really valuable. It would be easier if David understood a virtual machine can't escape a host. Alright, then I've got local streaming properties, X264, max bitrate 1000, mode VBR. Well, here. I'm just double checking here. I'll let you look at this via this funky camera. Not that you can see that, but ooh, that looks like it's popping out. Offline in a silent room, or it's going to be a mess. Well, with this camera input, maybe. No, Chicken, I'm not going to ban Misanthropy or you. I'll leave the codec, the bitrate, automatically save recording. No. Interleave audio and video. I don't really need to interleave it. Because I really just want to capture the stream. Okay. Or should I interleave audio and video? I don't think I need to interleave that. Get a simple video mixer and stream in separate windows over the HDMI feed like TV stations. That's what I was kind of researching with this 8 NDI thing. Anyway, I'm going to click OK and see what happens here. Okay, I got the properties. Now what do I do? Broadcast. I'm going to play with this just a little bit. Have to ensure that Java runtime environment is installed. Is that why I'm doing local streaming, Dr. Meow? Or, I'm sorry, Medveral, Media Verification Alliance. Hello, DC Laura. A video mixer, you can stream up to 256 screens simultaneously. Simple. Okay, one moment. Do I not have Java runtime environments? Good point. Java download. Do I not have Java? Now I'm downloading Java. Okay. Oh, got it. I have no idea what the model number for the Hauppauge is. You guys are teaching me a lot, and I appreciate it. What? Okay, just one moment. We could probably get that working, but I think this default local thing will work. Okay. I think I just did this. I don't know why it's not. I'm just going to go with OK. And now broadcast, local streaming. Please ensure Java runtime environment is installed. So let me go to downloads. For some reason, XSplit says ensure that Java runtime environment is installed when trying to do a local stream. A what? Are you going to be talking about molten salt energy storage systems? Aren't those amazing? Mother's Grundle, we can talk about those out in the desert. Those are amazing. The solar energy systems. Yes, kind of improving my XSplit. Yes, that is pretty much what I'm talking about. The NDI thing. I don't know anything about NDI. Wait, you're kidding, right? About Java. I've heard both things. I've heard that Java's not good, and I've heard whatever. Everything cannot be done on one screen and one monitor because David has... The point that I'm trying to do is the end goal right now is to install a Linux on another computer, at least in a virtual box, so I can play with Linux and get to understand maybe servers and things like that. Yes, David does sometimes eat out-of-date beef jerky. But not really. What is VMX software? I think you're confusing me. Oh, you said for me to get a video mixer. I'm not getting a video mixer. Not right now. Maybe I will eventually get a video mixer because my end goal is to learn more about video. Hello, Steve, West Virginia. How are you? I hope you don't really have a cough from all that coal mining. No, I don't want a video toaster. If I'm logged into Chrome, okay, I can log into Chrome. I'm logged into Chrome here. Ow. But Chrome isn't going to, that's just going to... Oh, a long, long time ago I ran Linux. Okay. Ow. Install. You're probably right that Linux should be everyone's daily driver. Okay. Software. Okay, that's what I want. Thank you. I did already install some NDI stuff. Well, if It's required by XSplit. Pirate, I'm taken. That's the issue. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, that's good. Ow. I'll do this. I'll look into this vMix well. Maybe I can use those videos. Okay, got it. Thank you, Maxed Out Credit. I'm not going to do that right now, Trump Tardo. Thank you. Yeah, the thing about Chromecast is that Chromecast only broadcasts your Chrome window. It doesn't actually broadcast like your desktop. I think you're right about the NDI thing. Maxed Out Credit sent us a thing too, which is pretty cool. vMix. Yes, I do have an NVIDIA graphics card. Which is cool. Okay, I'm going to still... getting everybody's opinion on Java. I'm just going for it. Okay, you guys are giving me a lot of good information. Okay, I'm looking at a lot. This is vMix, where vMix live production and streaming software. Produce, stream, record, create professional live productions in HD, SD, and even 4K. Periscope, Facebook Live, Twitch, YouTube, many more. It's a free trial, and then you'd have to buy now. Let me just look at buy now. Basic free. There's a free version. I could just go with that. Yeah, I think that would work. Okay, I'm just downloading all kinds of stuff, whatever. If I have to re-wipe the drive, I will. Oh, you guys are funny. Stormy and... Oh, the Green Valley. Yes, David told me about that. Grass Valley switchers, Green Valley, I don't know. You set up a TV studio at the baseball stadium. Video rig was run through a similar system. Their modules for social, recording, 4K, HD, etc. Yeah, I don't have a fresh PC with no other software. Oh, Green Valley Group. Okay. No, I do not know what my credit score is. I'm sure it's low because I pay off all my... I don't use credit cards. Well, I use one credit card and I pay everything off. And so I don't have really great credit because nobody wants to loan to me because I pay everything off and try not to use credit. Mine too, Daryl. Okay, is this done? I've been successfully installed Java. Okay, close this. I'm just trying out different things right now. And that's what I should do. I'm happy just trying things out. It is installed. Please ensure Java runtime environment is installed. Okay. That's ridiculous. Oh. I don't want a local recording, I want a local streaming. That's not gonna work. You have good credit when you pay your credit off. I have it backwards. No, because then, like, the thing is, if you have, like, if you don't, you get more credit. There's this kind of sweet spot when you have, like, you have to be able to, like, get some credit for a while and pay it off. But you, like, if you don't ever take out a loan of any kind, your credit is lower than someone who takes out a loan and has outstanding credit cards and pays them off. I know it's weird, but... Good night, maxed out credit. Oh, you have early workout tomorrow. Yes, under the cover says that's true. Varied credit improves your score. I'm going to try it one more time. Okay. Local streaming. No. Please ensure that Java runtime environment is installed. Click here to get the installer. I've already installed it. It should be good. So now what? That's not going to work. I want to do what I was going to do originally. And now I've got to go in and uninstall Java. Fun. should have backed up my computer before I did that. Maybe I should back up my computer right now. I don't have any vodka. I find that at least the people I hang out with, their social environments are, they don't really need vodka. That's good under the cover. You manually back up your computer every week. You don't trust cloud backups. You don't want your private information in the cloud either. Yeah, you're reading some of the stuff I have. Cool Edit Pro too. Yeah, David likes Cool Edit Pro too. I know. I think that's one David used. What do you use now, Chat Room Celebrity? And Stormy is watching me on a Windows XP system. Oh, you use cloud backup in an encrypted container. Good. Bugs Bunny. Do I like Bugs Bunny? I don't really know. Well, at least you didn't make the mistake of like marrying her, so Saudi. Alright, via Moonlight. I'll trust you. I'll try that next. Eventually I'll figure out NDI. Let me go to Moonlight. Moonlight-stream.org. This was the NDI thing. I was trying to learn more about that. Which I will come back to you, NDI. I think you're going to be fun. But I'll have to read about you later. XSplit, I'm just going to minimize you for now. I'm going to go over here. Did I bookmark this in Dirt Tech and video? Done. Should be probably video, but Moonlight stream.org. I had to try one thing at a time. So first I was trying out what oh, and there's, oh, just a sec. Let me open up this. So I can click on your links in the other thing. Go away, ads. Okay, whatever. Moonlight allows you to play your PC games on almost any device, whether you're in another room or miles away. What is it? GitHub, setup guide, Discord. Oh, it's a setup guide. That's on GitHub? Right. And of course David's back, so.
Oh well. I can just hang out here. Okay.
Okay. It will not be leaving my house, but doesn't that require me setting up a LAN?
Yeah, we're not opening up a landline to anybody.
I don't know why not, but anyway.
Oh, for top security issues. I'm not okay with that, no. No. Thanks. Your hair looks marvelous, Sarah. Daryl's really liking it, yeah. Are we ignoring you over at Twitch? I guess we are, yeah. You haven't said anything since the molten salt energy. Yeah, we lost a few people. Okay. Yeah, that computer's running pretty warm. We have the other computer outside the room, so.
Number 3 in the directions. Make sure your client is connected to the same network as your PC.
There's another way to do this. Like, you see that little paperwork down here?
I know.
This paperwork down here? This is the code to go between the two computers.
What do you mean? Okay.
That's
so,
the connect.
oh.
That's the LAN code that was originally set up on Windows 7 for another computer to hook up to it for a local area network. That was the original code with that computer. That would be one option, but that wouldn't be something you could do during the show. You don't like Vegas, really, Stormy? I would think Vegas would be kind of fun for you.
All right, he just basically said I can do a local area network, but he wants me to do it later when I'm not broadcasting.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I gotta say, Misanthropy's really having a hard time with this, and we understand your frustration. But this whole process is extremely slow.
No, it doesn't have to be that slow.
Well, no, I want it to be slow.
Yeah, you want it to be that slow.
You're not wasting your time. We're just learning different aspects of how to connect to computers. I know, Blue Raven, MK is still taking place. I got your video, by the way, you sent through email. You don't have any internet. I understand. Thank you. You're living in that trailer, I know. It looks like a decent trailer to live in.
Ow.
What? Something wrong?
On my neck.
Oh, well, just give this up right now.
No, I'm not.
You don't have to achieve anything.
I'm going to spend 15 minutes doing what I want to do.
All right.
So.
Yeah, don't say your last name. You put life in danger, I know. Sarah's working on developing a server, and she's just trying to get these two computers to look at each other. I tried broadcasting on the XSplit program over there to a site that we normally use. It wouldn't go through. I like Twitch, Shadow. You know, thing is, I can't respond to everybody in Twitch because you guys aren't saying too much. Waves, hi. Yeah. Hello, Twitch people. I like Twitch a lot, especially considering we have viewers now. The model of the Hop Hog, it's the oldest one out there. It wasn't even recognized by Windows 10. It's one of the older ones. I don't have the model number on it. It doesn't matter. I don't think I need a wig. I think I look pretty good. You're in the parking at Walmart in Vegas, New Mexico. You're using the Walmart Wi-Fi just to communicate. Wow. Well, I don't think I need a wig if I have decent hair, you know. Okay. Okay, thanks, man. Take care, Blue Raven. Good night, Max. Thanks for all your great links. You're awesome. Yeah, we've got really good links, too, from other people. Scissor Fight gave us a couple really good links. Donald Jr. and his dad basically are two peas in a pod. I mean, it's almost like Donald Jr. is starting to sound like his dad. He says his dad can't be racist because he let me play video games with Michael Jackson, which is kind of ironic that that's the way he sees racial relations. Michael Jackson. I mean, it sure sounds odd that he'd let his son vacation with a black man or hang out with Michael Jackson, he wrote. Which is kind of amazing. You know, it just typifies the Republican view of what they see themselves as. I know. But I shouldn't talk. You know, I've done some insensitive things, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Only after Michael Jackson turned white, most likely. I don't know. He did have a whitener. He had this terrible skin disorder where he had black and white skin. Stormy Daniels has a black friend. Yeah. See, some of you have, some of you are black too. And we don't even have any chat cams open here. We should open up our cams. In case any African Americans or Asians or Hispanic people want to come in, and Caucasians, you can have an interracial rap session with me. Yeah. You talked to somebody who's black once, Daryl? That's nice. I know. Well, you know, technically, Native Americans have a darker skin. I have some Native American ancestry in me. Emails show Clinton ties to supporters of Turkish cleric Fethullah Gulen. Yeah, Mr. Bill's been tracking the Gulen schools that have been getting money from Betsy DeVos. And Hillary Clinton, too. There's a big push to create mullahs and madrasas in America. I'm not sure why Clinton and Obama got behind it, but I know why Betsy's trying to do it. She wants her son, her brother Eric Prince to profit from all this mercenary work that he does at Academy, formerly Blackwater. Yeah, it's about money making, is what it is. Fear of terror and money making. These supports to the Turkish cleric at the Gulen school is very strange. 2 Turkish businessmen who were top lieutenants of the Turkish cleric living in the U.S. received help from the Secretary of State's Uma Abedin in 2009. Wasn't Uma Abedin a Secret Service agent for Saudi Arabia? I believe she was. Her sister Eva, too. Why would they be so close to the Clintons? You got to wonder. What kind of relationship was she nourishing with Saudi princes and other lesser people, not Prince MBS? I don't think he likes Hillary. Prayers for you too, man. I hope you are okay in that trailer, though. It looked like a decent place. Nice trailer. Nice trailer, yeah. Not sure why that's not going through. Nice trailer. There we go. Ask an open question. Try to get humidity of the front living room. Don't heat the condo. 60 humidity's under 30. I got Cool Mist for bringing up 40% evaporate. Claims it uses a whisk filter. Any idea? I don't know. I'm not sure. Some of those humidifiers have filtration units, which often are HEPA filters, which you have to replace. The Twitch ID is Cool Rock Party. If you want to go over there, Pirate Salty Dog. Thank you. Okay. I know, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I know that Donald Trump Jr. is dealing with a lot of other issues right now, none of which are really as pressing as the impeachment issue. So, former Twitter employee is charged with spying. So, I'm going to lose that story. I'm done with it. Yep, and done with that story. That story. So a lot of the Republicans' attitude toward this entire impeachment process is they believe that everything's based on hearsay and fake news media. We've heard that before. Fake news media has, a big word that they've used throughout the Republicans' defense of Donald Trump. It's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. It's a witch hunt. So, with a series of accusations now flying forward that Trump worked with the Russians, worked with Ukrainians, Trump's only response is, it's all fake news. It's all a witch hunt. ISIS leader al-Baghdadi is Jewish Mossad agent named Simon Elliott. You can prove that? Mr. Bill has something. Do you have that link? No, Elizabeth Warren is not Cherokee Indian. It turns out she has less than 0.5% Cherokee in her. Her DNA test result showed she lied about her ancestry of being a Cherokee. She should be charged with a crime. Thank you, Time Shifter. Oh, Dave, tell Miss Anthony the 2 new games for PlayStation 4 this month are Shio and Outlast 2. So if you got at PlayStation 4 is Shio and Outlast 2, Miss Anthropy. That is correct. Nice driving, son. You know, I'm not trying to force people to loathe me. I'm trying to do my best at being nice, considering, you know, you've got to expect very little out of this show because it is free, as you know. We can only do so much in a limited amount of time, and frankly, I don't have a timetable on any progress we're making technologically. So if everything has to be continued, so be it. Tonight, if you're able to stay up late enough, 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning Pacific Standard Time, I'm starting off the show with the rest of a Vice show about Mormons who have been facing drug cartels head on with guns and ammo, and it's unbelievable. Apparently a sect of the Mormons that like to have polygamy moved down to Mexico because they didn't care, you know. Mi casa is yo casa, you know. So apparently a lot of polygamists are facing off with drug cartels down there, and the Vice show is really, really good. So we've got about 20 more minutes of that tonight. No, it's not impossible. There's about 50 different ways we can network these computers. The question is, which is the safest way? You can't help if no one knows what they're doing, yeah. And you can't see what we're doing because you can't tell what we're doing. I hear you, man. A camera up close against the screen is not going to tell you much. You know, it only tells you what's on the screen. Why choose NDI? She's learning about that right now, which is totally cool. Truth, that is not a political discussion. Remember we talked about that? Well, I think if the fact that the Mormons have already staked a claim to that area in Mexico might mean that maybe we Americans might want to consider supporting the Mormons down there. Yeah. Would you send troops down to support Mormon polygamists in Mexico fight a drug war? I wouldn't. Yes, the Cherokee Indian slave revolt occurred in 1842 when a group of 20 African American slaves owned by the Cherokees escaped and tried to reach Mexico. That's true. Mormons have 5 wives, and so do Muslims. And some of them could be as young as 13. I don't know. Moonlight is the easiest way. If you don't set it up to leave your network, it doesn't. Works off NVIDIA's game streaming technology, lets you screen cap your desktop and view it anywhere you want on your network. So I think getting a network and then using Moonlight is the way to go. So we'll network computers to another day.
I think...
What?
I think getting the network and then using NDI is the way to go.
Okay. That sounds good. So we'll get our network, our computer's network. Sarah and I will work on that separately. There's no timetable on this, by the way. I want us to have fun. I don't understand why we have to be, so focused on getting technological progress. We don't. I'm pretty much loosey-goosey when it comes to the organic nature of our show. I like science. When I was a kid, I had an innate love of science, which eventually decayed into a general disgust for technology. Here's using a second laptop as an extended monitor with Windows 10 wireless displays. Yeah, but we're not spreading our monitor. We're going from computer to computer. It's a nice idea.
Who's that?
That was Meow TV sent that.
Yeah.
David, the Cherokee and the Creeks should be forced to pay reparations? I don't think so. I think you're going down the wrong avenue of social discourse on the Indian issue. I don't personally have a hatred toward any group of people in America. Hello, guest chat. No, I can't adopt anyone. No, I will not adopt a nephew. Sorry. Thank you. You're eagerly waiting my next newest movie, Top Gun 2. I am not Tom Cruise. But thank you. Oh, Tom Cruise is here. Hey, Tom. Tom Cruise, your best friend with a native Indian was 6'4"? Really? Tom, how are you? It's great to have you in the show, man. You're an inspiration to all of us, and even though you haven't won an Academy Award for Best Actor, you deserve it. Okay? Yeah, let's give a big round of applause for Tom Cruise. Right on. You're a great actor, man. Yes, you are the best actor, Tom. Yeah, we have Tom Cruise in the room, everyone. Of course, it could be somebody impersonating him. There's a high degree of probability that that's the case. On a scale from 1 to 10, do you think he's impersonating him correctly? Press 10. I'm going to give you about a 4 right now, Tom. No, Tom Cruise did not win an Oscar for Best Actor in 4th of July. Or did he? Best Actor was Tom Cruise. My gosh, he was a nominee, but he didn't win it. Yeah, he still hasn't won a Best Actor. Oliver Stone won winner, Best Director, it won Best Film Editing. Yeah, 4th of July was such a great show. Born on the 4th of July. One of my weird moments in my life was getting a chance to meet Ron Kovic. He wheeled into my store I was working at in his wheelchair, and he said, "Yeah, by the way, I'm Ron Kovic." And I was like, okay, because at the time, Born on the 4th of July hadn't come out yet. It was like 2 years before the show came out. And Ron Kovic was so interesting. I spent about an hour talking about the Vietnam War and what drew him into it. The anti-war rallies that came after he got home was, in a wheelchair. It's a pretty tragic story if you haven't seen Born on the 4th of July. I think Tom is just a spokesman for the Church of Scientology, I believe. Yeah, I don't think he's the high up ranking official. And they're not allowed to talk about that. Yeah, you take that chance when you fight in war. Tom Cruise just moved up to believability of 6. Someone's going to lose, someone's going to get killed. Well, Tom, you act like you've been in war. My dad always used to say, well, I can't really say what he said because if I did, it would be rude. Forget what my dad used to say. Yeah. Well, we may very well have a Tom Cruise in our show, folks, because, as you know, he's trying to build up his rapport as a pretty cool guy, and he likes to hang out in cool shows like ours. Time Shifter, you're here. Salty, how are you, man? You've been following me since 2014, I know. And Shadow's been around even before then, I think. Shadow 2K, you've been around since 2010. June 25th, 2010 was the first time Shadow came into the show. Thank you. We keep track of your presence here, Shadow. I remember that day. It was warm out that day. Sky was cloudy, but had chemtrails in it. Top Gun 2 looks really good, yeah. I was going to get your new Mission Impossible. It's out on Netflix, and I haven't been able to catch that. The newest one you've done, it's on Netflix now. Yeah, Nicole Kidman is 6 foot tall. She's a very tall woman. I personally thought that Eyes Wide Shut was one of the best movies ever made. And I understand they took Eyes Wide Shut so far down on the cutting room because one of the principals in the film was outed as being an Illuminati character in real life, and that they had to take it down like 40 minutes. They cut the guts out of that show. Because Eyes Wide Shut was filmed at the Rothschild Palace, right, Tom? Well, good. I think we have a plan, and Sarah's got, a good handle on what she wants to do, and we'll just implement that when we get a chance. We'll LAN network these two computers. It was imminent anyway.
Okay, just a sec. Let me add something.
Yes, beautiful man. I'm very adept at knowledge regarding movies. Since entertainment news is so important to people around America, I try to stay abreast of certain things. Yes. I didn't meet you, Tom. I met the person you started your film career with, Timothy Hutton. I liked Eyes Wide Shut, but I'm telling you, it was a better movie before they gutted it. Before it hit the editing bay, it was a brilliant movie. But they ripped the crap out of that movie for various security reasons regarding the Rothschilds. But yeah, there's a lot to the subliminal messaging in that movie. A lot of underlying meanings. Okay, so somebody said you have good credit. When you pay your credit off, you have it backward. Right.
Because we were talking about credit and how I have I think I have a low credit score because I pay off all my credit cards.
Well, yeah, people that pay off their credit cards usually have low credit scores. People that have lots of credit and acquire credit and keep charging and borrowing and paying their minimums, they have higher credit scores, ironically. That means that they have better chance somebody can leech more money off of them, I guess.
Let me see something up here.
Jack Nicholson was a good friend. What happened? Is he no longer a good friend for you, Tom? You don't talk to Jack anymore? He kind of locked himself up in the house after the Playboy Mansion closed down. Doesn't he have that underground tunnel to the Playboy Mansion, which is now owned by some geek? Yeah. Kubrick was a perfectionist. You know, there's a conspiracy theory that Jack Kubrick, Jack Kubrick died. He didn't just retire, he died. He was hiding for his life. Oh, you're talking about Jack Nicholson. Yeah. Stanley Kubrick died. Jack is retired. Got it. I'm trying. You just moved up to a level 8 on believability, Tom. Isn't that great? We might even have Tom Cruise here. He's a believability factor of 8. That's one of the highest we've had. Stanley Kubrick. Jack Nicholson. Dave, advertise this email. They are private and don't require a phone number to sign up. Okay. All right. Okay. Secure email for everybody. I could put that on Cool Rock. Okay. Tutano. Yeah, he passed away, Stanley did, but many people believe he lived in fear for his life, that he knew the secrets to the moon landing. And there's some great stuff on YouTube about the allegories that he created in The Shining. A lot of the numerical abnormalities that drifted from the main script of The Shining indicate that Stanley Kubrick was trying to communicate through allegory, that he really did know more about the moon landing than he let on. Yes, Jack. Yeah, The Shining is another great movie. I mean, of all these movies, you should definitely check those out. But in the long run, I think the durability of your character, Tom, is going to be really how long your body can hold up to the damaging stunts that you do. I mean, I know you got hurt pretty bad recently, but I guess you're in recovery. But you do all your own stunts on your movies, and it's quite phenomenal, actually. Most people would never think of doing that. Yeah, I met Timothy Hutton back in the day when you guys were in that movie together, Ordinary People, where you had a cameo where you went crazy. That was the starting of your career, I believe. I believe that was you. Or was it someone else? No, you weren't in that movie. Correction, someone else. Yeah, it's that other guy who doesn't look nearly as good as you. All right. You should really buy your own domain for email. You should definitely buy your own email domain, sure. Brad Pitt, Brad Pitt wasn't in Ordinary People. I'm thinking of one other actor. It's that guy in California, liberal. What's his name? Jeez, eludes me. Oh, Robert Redford's a good guy, yeah. You know, it surprised me Robert Redford never got married. Proton Mail is good. It has a reputation, really? I didn't know it had a bad reputation. You know, Truth, that's just crazy that you'd say those things. Those are not, they're bannable offense here. You can't talk about weird stuff like that. Oh, Proton Mail is used on the dark web. That's why people don't use it. I see. Yeah, Brad Pitt got married, bad decision. Yeah, it's kind of a sad reality that, you know, when you run into someone who's in the dark world of the Illuminati, like Angelina Jolie, you run into a lot of issues. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine how this Greta Thunberg has changed the dialogue about global climate change. And ironically, there's a tremendous amount of people who are going along with the manipulative tactic. You found out what you're doing?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
So close. But so actually what I was doing is this NDI thing that I was trying to tell people that I was speaking.
And you can actually figure it out, huh?
Well,
you're getting there?
Get it started.
Good. Okay. I think you're right. I think you're onto it. Yeah. Well, Brad was seduced by her good looks. He had a really good relationship prior with Jennifer Aniston. Did you know that all the people on the Friends show, this is shocking, but all the people on the Friends sitcom, it lasted, what, 3 or 4 years? Everyone got $1 million an episode in money for that job. Every one of them is like a multimillionaire now. Isn't that amazing? Well, right after Seinfeld, he had negotiated such a really strong pay raise that everybody kind of fell right into the suit of getting a lot of money, and these people just started cleaning up. It lasted 8 years, really? Thank you. What's that?
I just click this.
What are those? Service
Microsoft
packs?
Windows
Or
Service
we still
Pack.
have to upgrade? I thought it did all its upgrades.
Maybe I'll close out of this.
I think they have the upgrade. Yeah, you don't want to give them an ID, right? Friends was not that funny to me. Cheers was better in many ways. You prefer Cheers and Frasier? Yeah. And Tom Cruise, you just moved up to level 9 on believability, Tom. Yeah, you've almost reached 10. We almost trust you here as being the real Tom Cruise. But yeah, the Friends show really didn't do anything for me either. I knew a few of the actors on 30-something. I didn't like that either. I didn't watch one episode. And I was like 30-something. It didn't even affect me. Yeah, well, I guess all those people are really, really well off because of their work. And I guess that's probably a good thing because they deserved it. They put a lot of effort into that 8 years of sitcom. The U.S. soldiers and pilots changed the course of World War II during the Battle of Midway in June of 1942. The U.S. and Imperial Japanese naval forces fought for 4 days. Thank you for your input, Shadow. Yeah, see, we can talk about anything on Wasteful Wednesday. Stupid entertainment, info, and fun stuff. You know, we really just try to waste our time. That's my primary goal, is to waste time on Wednesday. But we have a lot of pollution to deal with, and Greta has raised the bar of awareness only so far. Oh, they're remaking the 1976 Midway movie? Oh, that'll be good. Greta Thunberg only raised the bar a little bit when she said, you know, how dare you? She didn't talk about ways to fix the world's problems. She didn't talk about ending chemicals in the sky, weather modification, stopping that practice. She didn't really touch on anything that was really substantive and important. Just this cry for help. You know, it's almost like a blast of craziness into the mindset of the human species. You believe the Terminator will lose 120 million? I don't believe that. Are you talking about Terminator 5 or Terminator 6? I believe that Arnold will bring in the numbers will be good. He's going to do well. He's a solid player. Yes, Greta displayed a good child actor performance. Exactly, thank you. I'm not buying the whole scream for climate change solutions unless they start talking about chemtrails and weather modification. And it came to me earlier that, we've got all these differences of opinion about climate change. The real issue is, let's just settle on, we have to deal with pollution. I think we can all agree on that. George Soros is behind Greta, I know. Pushing her childlike Hitlerian propaganda tool of the girl in yellow braids, right. Very similar. But I think we need to just start fixing the problem, innovation, as opposed to a monopoly game called cap and trade. There's no proof that it will get rid of carbon emissions by more than 17% by the year 2030. That's not enough. We could do much better by dealing with the emissions from 16 major containers, freight containers that carry things across the ocean. They've identified 16 of the worst polluters. If we just capped their emissions right at the source, we'd be doing the world a great justice. So we could innovate and develop technologies that can filter their smokestacks. Because a lot of these containers burn the worst possible crude. They usually try to save money on their crude oil. So they get the worst possible stuff, which is the worst polluting stuff out there. But if we deal with whatever comes out of their mufflers or their smokestacks, we'll be better off. You were watching Rod Serling with Twilight Zone. You were around when the outer limits were the part of the daily life of America. You're traveling through another dimension. Well, I think that if we do that and we deal with the 10 worst polluting rivers out there, and there are 10, we'll be able to really put a dent in the global pollution problem. That makes sense. That's a credible solution. And then again, stop the chemtrails. But just some mindless game of money making, and we know that from the Copenhagen Treaty that a lot of the rich people made a lot of money on carbon points, and their game is to create this huge monopoly game about carbon points to somehow trigger humanity to somehow save the environment, but it can be cheated. And that's the problem. Nobody believes or buys their BS. No matter how they cut it, no matter how many cute little girls with braids or not so cute little girls with braids talk about the problem. I think you're onto something there.
I know.
That's cool. I'm glad you're learning about it. Hey there, Odin. Good evening. The other issue I want to bring up was vaccinations. Now, I'm not anti-vaccination like people would like to say. Anti-vax people just hate all vaccinations. I believe that if the government and the CDC had done their job and explained and possibly improved the vaccines over the years when they got credible questions about them, we wouldn't be having this vax versus anti-vax discussion right now. It's the lack of transparency by the CDC, the complete stonewalling they've done to people that question their tactics, like JFK Jr. or RFK Jr. is doing right now. So if we don't really get these people in our government to do their job and explain or improve the vaccinations, then I don't blame people for deciding they don't want to vaccinate their kids. But we could probably bring this entire discussion to the forefront if we had a credible discussion directly with the CDC in public view, and that's what I would promise you as president. We would have representatives talking to the American people about their reasons and decisions to do what they're doing, and then we'd look at a plan that we could make vaccines safer, that we could analyze all the different scientific reasons and peer-reviewed studies that suggest that the way we're delivering vaccines may be triggering mental problems in children. I say may because we can't really verify anything yet. That evidence, ironically, was destroyed by the CDC. So in lieu of that, I think we have to get real transparency out of that department. And then we could begin not having this discussion, because if we have to deal with herd immunity and all these ridiculous issues, we are broaching the Fourth Amendment and your right to privacy. There's nothing more unprivate about having stuck with a needle of God knows what. So, or rather I should say, not God, but the devil knows what, because the stuff they're sticking into some of these things really doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would they put a mercury-based thimerosal into a vaccine? Why would they do that? Well, they need a colloidal suspension for the vaccine to actually sit in the tube without settling. The whole thing is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. That's pretty cool, I must say. You know, I think they're making a like over-the-counter drugs for narcissism. I heard that they're offering a form of Wellbutrin that's over-the-counter. And some people are chopping up and actually snorting it. It's very dangerous. Don't do that. Yeah, they're injecting it, and every point of injection, it destroys your skin. Just so people can feel good. I'm not going to tell you the over-the-counter brand name because that would be TMI. It would be, you don't need to know that. So I think we have to at least pull up a story here. Let me bring this up. Lindsey Graham's Ukraine explanation will blow your mind. He basically says Trump is too incompetent to have done a quid pro quo. That's very funny. So your governor is trying to, the government is trying to tell you use your swamp cooler. Okay. All right, Ivan. Ivan the Terrible is dealing with his swamp cooler right now. Canadians apparently don't have a problem with vaccines, but Americans more and more are drifting away from them. And I'm not totally against them. I just really am concerned about the overall effect of giving a kid 74 vaccines at once. In the old days, we had like 8 or 7 or 8 of them. But they're pushing 74 now in one vaccine, which is ridiculous. Does the Sixth Amendment require the whistleblower to face Trump? That's a question. Trump wants to get this whistleblower name out. Donald Trump Jr. has already revealed it. I'm worried for his safety, the whistleblower. Fact check. They're consistently...
President Trump and his allies are ramping up efforts to unmask the whistleblower. Listen to this.
There have been stories written about a certain individual, a male, and they say he's the whistleblower. If he's the whistleblower, he has no credibility because he's a Brennan guy, he's a Susan Rice guy, he's an Obama guy, and he hates Trump.
Well, because the whistleblower's identity is not public, he can say whatever he wants about the whistleblower.
But there's no proof of any of that. I mean, what he just said is nonsense. There's honestly not a shred of evidence any of that is true. And it's more than that, which is the president is asking to out a whistleblower, which in and of itself is something that should raise eyebrows.
Is unmasking the whistleblower intentionally illegal?
Yes, it's illegal. I mean, this is, there's a Whistleblower Protection Act. If this were a private company, the board would fire the CEO for behaving this way towards a whistleblower. I mean, this is the whole whistleblower idea is that they should have protections, anonymity, much less be attacked by the president of the United States. And here, the whistleblower is factually irrelevant because the whistleblower just said from the beginning, I have secondhand information. Go talk to the people who have firsthand. That's what's been done. So, I mean, this is just pure harassment.
I agree 100%. And it puts this whistleblower at risk. It really does. I wouldn't have anyone put at risk at this time. And again, he was a second-hand knowledge person of the call. He made the call. He's not the first-hand. We've already got the first-hand knowledge of the call between Donald Trump and Zelensky. We've got those people already testifying in completely convinced that Donald Trump mentioned the Joe Biden story connected to the $400 million donation to Ukraine. He made that connection. So 12 people have already signed on to that. So that's what they're going to be proceeding with. Again, if I were Trump and the Trump team, I would cling to the belief that no, this was just a broader issue of corruption they were following up a treaty that Bill Clinton had signed. It was just part of a broad search, a sweeping net to find out for sure that Ukraine deserved the money and they'd complied with the treaty that Bill Clinton had signed in 1999.
have a 64 by 69.
Oh, they do?
Never mind.
Yeah, and the apparently the dossier and the sex tape that Trump did is real, and that's also impeachable. But the mistake the Democrats are making is they're focusing too much on the Ukrainian connection, and this short-sightedness will hurt the Democrats in their impeachment efforts, because what they need to do is establish a broad-reaching impeachment, articles of impeachment that include many of the areas of obstruction of justice that Trump engaged in, Comey, wanting to fire Mueller, testimony from Dan McGahn, all of that, combined with Trump's cheating in the election, which we know the State Department knew Trump was aware of, that the Russians had rigged the election in favor of him and didn't tell the FBI. Hey, they'd made the first successful head transplant. That's exciting for somebody who lost their head. There you go. This lucky guy is the recipient of a brand new head. The scienceandspace.com site has transplant been carried out on a corpse. And they're now ready to perform this on a living human being. Dr. Sergio Canavero. I was going to say Carnivoro. He's going to perform this by a team led by Dr. Xiaoping Ren, who last successfully grafted a head onto a monkey's body. Well, this sounds exciting, and I just find it hard to believe that the nerves in the cortex would actually reattach. Blood vessels linked with tubes. Yep, got that. I'm just worried about the fact that they can't regenerate nerve tissue. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. It sounds kind of like science fiction BS. Yeah, I don't believe it. I'll tell you, it's amazing, but I don't believe it. Sounds nice, but it's just not believable. Yeah, I think Donald Trump should drop the entire whistleblower case and give this guy some protection. Can you imagine how guilty Donald Trump will look if something happens to this whistleblower, God forbid? You know, I mean, what happens now if something dangerous happens to him or his family, God forbid? The whole world's going to be pointing their finger at Donald Trump for having revealed and forced the name of this whistleblower out there. The whole purpose of the Whistleblower Act was to protect the whistleblower. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I just really hope the guy has protection, because putting his name out there was really a violation of his rights, and I think Donald Trump Jr. is going to end up paying a price for that. I'm not sure what, though. Yeah, I made the mistake of putting some mineral water in here, and it's blocking the nozzle. So, yeah, mineral water. I was amazing. I have this alkaline water maker in the kitchen. I didn't think it would have a big difference, but it really, putting the alkaline water in there really does add to the, affects the blower. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the wonderful land of brain transplants. The whistleblower is CIA, end of story. Whatever. If the guy dies, we'll never know about it. He'll just be one of those blank stars on the CIA list of dead people. Right. I put mineral water in the fruit spray today just to see how it would, spray out, and it affected the nozzle. Yeah. Well, technically, being a whistleblower has your right to talk about something that, if it deems true, gets you 15% net on the take. Now, if this was a monetary deal and this guy's a whistleblower, you could get 15% of the overall proceeds from the whistleblowing activity. It's all about giving the whistleblower money as an incentive to tell the truth, not to lie. And then it's up to us to determine if it's a lie or not. It's not the whistleblower's responsibility to say, oh, this is true or this is a lie. It's the whistleblower's responsibility to just talk about it. Even if it's untrue, we'll find that out later. We know who the whistleblower is now. The name's out there. Donald Trump Jr. just put his name out there on for the public to see. So what I'm saying is that we're jeopardizing the process for the whistleblower's name to be out there, and now it could turn into something terrible. God forbid. If you believe in God, because I know some of you are atheists, you wouldn't bother forbidding anything. You notice I'm not doing a head count on how many people are atheists in here. I'm not trying to label you. I'm not at all part of the deep state. Reb Pete, we've talked about that. I'm the guy challenging the deep state, trying to understand it like an average American would. Yeah, we can't be 100% sure if that dropped name is accurate. Yeah, it's very reckless to put a name of somebody out there that we don't know for sure, in fact, is, let alone the name of a guy who really is the whistleblower. Either way, it's bad news for Donald Trump Jr. America has glorified whistleblowers. We've had a lot of great whistleblowers. The ones that reveal financial ruin and malpractice and all these things, they're actually pretty low-key. Edward Snowden is revered by people all around the world for being a whistleblower. I don't think he did a great job of revealing information, because I think that he probably is a disinformation agent for the NSA. I don't believe Edward Snowden would have lived this long if he'd really been truly revealing U.S. top secrets. Wow, this just came in from Mr. Bill. LA County is handing $1.3 billion to illegals for welfare. Welfare going to illegals, $1.3 billion for LA County. That's just amazing. Welfare for the illegal aliens. Well, I don't really need the avocados if the illegals are suffering gathering them on the ground. I don't want people to be suffering gathering avocados I pay a premium for. Whoa. That was a miracle. I'm telling you, you give Sarah time and focus and her concentration ability, she's phenomenal. Look at you. She's putting the screen from the other computer on our screen finally. You really know how to focus, I'll tell you. She learned the NDI system, and now she's implementing it. Oh, you are installing your operating system on Raspberry Pi? It kind of worked?
Well, I know how to do these, but I don't know how to do
other things. Okay. Somebody said, who is your God, Dave? Yahweh? No way. Yahweh? Yahweh, no way. Yeshua. You know, I'm not here to talk about religion, Stormy. And you, of all people, shouldn't talk about religion, in that you have violated God's greatest tenet. Yes. Isn't it written in the Bible that you should not expose your body?
So then it says, all right, that's all.
Yes. No, actually, there's no reference to nudity in the Bible that I know of. Yeah, she's using a program called NDI. I don't think there's any reference to nudity in the Bible. I mean, there's no law that says you have to be, like, clothed or something. I don't know. That's my point. Do you have the concordance in front of you, Stormy Daniels? Could you check the concordance for any reference to the word nudity? Thank you. Oh my gosh, there's been an LAX lockdown. Ivan the Terrible has brought it to us. Mount Jacinto College placed in a lockdown after a man points a gun at
She's always late. For breakfast, bills, birthday.
25-year-old man was arrested at LA International Airport after 3 schools were placed in a lockdown following reports that a man pointed a gun at fellow students on the college campus. He was taken into custody. This looks like it wasn't an actual crisis event, so we won't have any photographs of it, and it won't be made into a national issue. Yeah, they only turn major crisis events into actual terrorist attacks. Well, we're not going to see Trump run again in 2020. Even though he's prepped his campaign, Trump is going to resign in the next 6 months. Mark my words. There's a process going on here, Misanthropy. It's actually slower than molasses, but there is a process going on. The more Donald Trump talks, the more he appears like he doesn't know what he's saying. And even his hardcore supporters are beginning to wonder, gee, why would he reach out to the Ukraine to get dirt on his opponent? That's kind of illegal. They're starting to say that. I'm getting people to kind of flip at this whole thing. It's taken a lot, but the preponderance of falsities that he says eventually leads to his indictment for being a liar. You can quote me on that. Yeah, see, that's the thing. We're not talking about Christianity here, but True Blue has Job 121. Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked shall I return. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. And then you're laughing at that. So you're saying it's an endorsement of nudity, is what you're saying? Yeah, and Trump is spiraling down mentally. He's never been a very smart man. Good point. Thank you, guest 605. Vegas. Well, we've got a lot of people just hanging out in our show, and I want to give you some true stuff to look at. There is a plan to get a luxury hotel in the atmosphere that you'll be able to go to and have fun at someday in your lifetime. The first ever luxury space hotel to be launched into orbit in 2021. Now, they don't have what the rooms are going to look like, but it's pretty cool. I'm anxious to see this happen. I'm sure the accommodations, are you sure that's not like an extension cord floating in space? It looks like an extension cord. But yeah, I'm sure the accommodations will be tight and expensive. I heard that scientists have successfully recreated a Tyrannosaurus Rex's embryo from a chicken DNA. So they're working on a Tyrannosaurus chicken nugget, which will be bigger than a baseball. And will have more rubber than most of your normal chicken nuggets you get at Tyson. I don't know, man. The world is getting a little too weird, if you ask me. Genetic splicing of a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a chicken. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The Tyrannosaurus Rex did, sir. They recreated pirates from the past, really? He's a businessman, not a politician, so he doesn't care what he's saying, Chucklehead Charlie. Good point. Trump doesn't have to care what he says. You know, Trump has a lot of people that just like him as a person because they like greedy people that like to take money and rip people off. I see why you really like Donald Trump. He's got that, I don't know, je ne sais quoi air about him of just being a total greedmonger. No wonder you like him, you Republicans. Yeah. You aspire to being rich and a greedy person, too. I think it's safe to say the Republican Party is mostly greedy. Is that right? China owns Tyson. Well, that explains why they put the rubber chicken nuggets back on the shelf after they had a recall of 35,000 pounds. I watched Tyson have a recall of 35,000 pounds of Tyson chicken McNuggets. Their panko chicken nugget thing. They had rubber in them. I remember telling Sarah, I said, Sarah, this tastes like rubber. I remember saying exactly those words, and they recalled 35,000 pounds, but they were right back on the shelf the next day. I don't know what's going on. Apparently our government isn't telling China what to do. Oh, we don't want to upset China. They're too close to a trade deal. Ugh. I can't believe Tyson is owned by China now. Wow. All the American companies have been sold out. Hey, you're onto a different subject. Kennedy was murdered. Yes, he was. And it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. You're right, the latest, loudest crop of Republicans put themselves before their country. The direct opposite of the oath they swore to the Constitution. So true, guest 605. The retardicans, in my opinion, are traitors. When they sided with Russia over America, when we found out Russia had rigged the election, and they kept siding with Trump, oh, it's all a Russian hoax. Russia didn't do anything wrong. No. I knew that these Republicans wanted power more than they wanted the truth. Yes, I suspect Scalia was killed too. That's another reason why I don't believe Donald Trump is fighting the deep state. He could have investigated the death of Justice Scalia, and he didn't do anything. Well, truth will be profitable someday. You know, if we don't clean up our environment, none of us will be here to actually profit from anything. We'll all be dead. I think truth has got a marketable value now. I think what Greta did was put the first notion of, gee, let's do something about this in our heads without actually making a statement of what's really wrong with the planet. She didn't talk about the chemicals that are being dumped on our heads daily. She refused to talk about weather modification or even stratospheric aerosol injection, the thing that Democrats are saying might help the planet if we spray these chemicals in the air. I doubt that very much. But the truth is, if we don't really do clean up the planet and make our air better, more breathable, and our water cleaner, we won't make it. We will be genetically inferior and will not be able to survive. It's no longer survival of the fittest. It's survival of the least toxic. Mandatory Las Vegas Strip mirror. Okay. The training for the Mandalay Bay attack. Interesting. Whoa.
This is Dabu 7, and to me, this is very big information, not a coincidence. You can see here that there was a due date, September 30th. This was from a union worker in Vegas that apparently him and everyone else in the union had to have this mandatory training accomplished and completed by the 30th. A day later, all this stuff hits the strip. Another thing to add to the puzzle here.
Yeah.
I don't have a link for this because it was sent in my way, but I'll continue to update. Make sure to follow me on Twitter for the latest updates. A ton of information over there in relation to this.
All right, I'm going to state the obvious. This could have easily been doctored. But yeah, we've always known that there's a trail of crisis actor requests in Craigslist and other areas prior to events happening. But again, when are we going to get accountability from our own government on any of these issues? We never will. We need a third party. So you believe eternity will gobble up humanity, that we are not in any way indestructible, even if we do everything to prepare for the inevitability that we'll get sucked into a black hole?
How do I actually do one of these Windows update things?
I think you go to the About button. Windows Update is like a regular thing that goes on. We may have not done it when your dad rebooted the computer. I thought he spent hours rebooting and doing all the updates. So there's a weird angle on this letter that Misanthropy is looking at.
This has been Dabu 7.
It does have a weird angle right up in here, around here. Mandatory active shooter training. It looks like a copy of a copy, so we can't really, build off of that very much. I saw the text line that says shooting.
Eyes open.
Yeah, I think that we could be very well be looking at Dabu 7. I've never trusted him. He could just be coming up with news for the fun of it. Crisis actors get paid a lot. Yeah, you know, one of the most famous crisis actors was Christine Lenoinen. She's been in so many videos claiming her son died and this and that. And yeah, and once you sign a non-disclosure agreement, you're forced into these events, and you become the spokesman for the events, whether it's true or not. Here she is when she first tried to get a job as a crisis actress.
Hi, I'd like to be on Wheel of Fortune. I think I'd be a great contestant because I'm a lot of fun and other people would enjoy watching me win or solve or try to solve all the puzzles. I live in Central Florida. I have 2 kittens called Mickey and Minnie, but they're cats. This is the 3rd time I tried to get on Wheel of Fortune. Once I was in Detroit with my son, and he was in a little baby stroller, and I guess I wasn't quick enough at writing all the puzzles down, but I've gotten a lot quicker, and I understand the game more, and it's my favorite game to watch. I DVR it every single night, so I never miss a game.
It takes about 5 minutes for a church bell to ring 49 times. I know this because last month, my son Christopher, his boyfriend Juan, and 47 others were murdered.
Very sad. So yeah, there's a lot of money in being a crisis actress. She's done a lot of other events too. She did an event up in Oregon, I believe. She did another one in Los Angeles. So yeah, she gets a lot of work. She's mostly going for gun control. That's her primary goal, and she's been tasked to do it. Now she is required to say these things because she's a crisis actress. Okay, we got that covered. I'm a little upset that Rick Perry may have lied. And like I said, the ambassador to Ukraine flipped his testimony too when others decided to talk. But the NSC official Alexander Vindman's testimony appears to be contradicting Rick Perry's claims about Ukraine. Vindman claimed that Perry was at a meeting where the Biden probe was discussed, which Perry has repeatedly denied. So this testimony of a senior White House official appeared to contradict Energy Secretary Rick Perry's repeated denials. So I don't know, maybe Trump just said, "Oh, Rick, you don't want to do that. You know I'll fire you. I fired everyone. You have to go along and support me, Rick." And then Rick decided to quit. He's resigning. Well, Mr. President, I'll say whatever you want me to say, Mr. President, but I'm going to quit. I can't do this anymore. I'm not going to lie for you, Donald. I know. I appreciate the opportunity to be in your administration, but I got to get out of here. I'm going back to Texas. So he's out of there. He'll be out as Secretary of Energy very soon. Yeah. He's taken the heat. He took a swipe for the Donald, and he did his part, and he's going to retire, I guess. Hey, Sister Fight says Epstein was never in jail. It's all fake script crap show. The sheeple will lap it up as usual. You know, I wouldn't doubt that Jeffrey Epstein never, ever went to that jail in Metropolitan Correctional Center. I seriously wouldn't doubt it. He probably paid somebody, to put him up in New York at the time in a penthouse suite or something. And he probably hired some bag person to pretend to be him, and then they ended up taking him out. I don't know. It certainly doesn't match the guy who died at all. I agree. Well, let's be clear. Everything in the show will be to be continued. Yes, we will always be continuing. No, I think Jeffrey Epstein's doing whatever he did back before. I think he's just hanging out with doing whatever he did before for the Mossad. We've done some pretty damning reveals on Jeffrey Epstein's involvement with the Mossad. We had testimony from one of the guys that was so close to the end of his life that he decided to talk about it all. And he said that Jeffrey's been used for many years as a blackmailer. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill has a directed energy weapon connection to the fires in California. All homes gone, but grass and trees not even scorched. How is this even possible? The answer is microwave weapons. Forest fires that melt steel and not plastic. This is not possible? Question mark. It takes a long time for a fire to burn an entire home to the ground like this. How is it possible that none of these trees are burned? Or the street, or the sidewalk, or the grass? Burned out building, trees okay? Why didn't sprinklers work? California Fire Code commercial requires it. Should we still call it a forest fire if the forest doesn't burn? Straight lines in a field etched out like a beam of energy did it. Look at that. No trees burned or grass scorched, just like the house was vaporized. Yeah. Look at that. Directed energy weapon due. Straight down the line. And again, all homes gone, but trees remain? Question mark. What's that? Could it be a directed energy weapon? You think? How is this possible? This car's torch, yet no fire, and trees still there. There's a light in the sky above a fire. Good pictures here. This is great. And I raised the big question, how come no one's been arrested for arson? In all these fires, the Woolsey fire, the Paradise fire, recent fires that have happened, how come nobody's been arrested for arson? PG&E even shut the electricity grid down last fire, and it's still ignited. It's crazy. It's not even Thanksgiving yet, and they're still trying to sell Christmas stuff. I bet they're bringing out last year's Christmas stuff because it didn't sell. You know, so they just had it at the back room, so they're selling Christmas early. Waiting. Look at that. Christmas stuff is already in stores, yeah. Epstein didn't kill himself. You know, could we have a new thing done on Reddit? Could you start promoting this concept of Epstein is alive? Since you're on Reddit all the time, Misanthropy. Yeah, I really appreciate it because nobody's talking about the truth. Rob Schneider is mocking California voters. Huh. He claims he would vote for a bowl of crap even if it had a Democrat next to it. Huh? I don't know, man. He one-upped House Speaker Nancy Pelosi about the mentality of Democratic voters and added an obscenity. Wow. The left's ignorance of Stalin's tyranny. Oh, I'm glad he did this. Unfortunately, people in California would vote for a bowl of crap if it had a D next to it, he tweeted. So Californians would vote for anybody who's a Democrat, no matter what they are. I hear you. I replaced the S word with the C word. Someone tried telling people on Reddit that Epstein's alive. How come it's not going viral?
Because people don't believe it.
Okay.
I don't know.
How can I convince them? I mean, it's plain as day to me. I'm looking at a picture of two people, one of Jeffrey Epstein that we know of, and the one of the person that died. The ears don't match and the nose doesn't match. I mean, it's a slam dunk. He's still alive. This whole idea of them saying he didn't kill himself is completely it's a diversion is what it is. It's a tactic that they've used to say a lie on top of a lie. Of course he didn't kill himself, nor was he killed. He's still alive. You love your raspberry pie? Well, at least it's not full of calories. That's good. Convince them by doing an AMA on our conspiracy? Well, let's try it. You're the one there. I'm not on that network. Well, I'm so glad we've established that Donald Trump is not going to be impeached by a quid pro quo. Aren't you relieved? He'll be impeached by countless other damning offenses that he committed. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, definitely. Minerals definitely block the nozzle. I know. We all like JFK, except for Mad Dog. He hated him. Yeah, I was a big JFK fan and an RFK fan. I even have an ashtray from the Ambassador Hotel where RFK was killed. They shadow banned you over there at your Reddit account? Really? I'm not saying JFK wasn't a womanizer, but let's not forget that this man had to step out of the role of being an elitist son of a mobster who got his election rigged, and he had to say, hey, this isn't right. There's something wrong here. And you know, the guy had so much back pain that, you know, it's amazing he ever had sex at all. So I seriously doubt he was a womanizer. Well, he may not have killed Marilyn. It may have been somebody like Teddy. Who would you think in the family would have been doing the killing? I don't think JFK would. I don't think RFK would. Teddy, yeah. Mary Jo Kopechne, and the fact that he left her dead there for 12 hours and ran away and didn't talk to anybody. That's a guy who probably killed Marilyn Monroe. I would... You're making up stories now. I have it on fairly good sources that Ted Kennedy wanted to get in on the whole Marilyn thing, and he was turned down. And that's why he was... Well, the theory is that he beat her up. Bad. And then because they didn't know what to do with it, the body was so heavily beaten up, and Thomas Noguchi said that her back was bruised terribly. None of that came out in the first autopsy, and I know Noguchi was so upset about it, he wrote a book about it. But she apparently was injected with a Seconal. She didn't have any pills in her stomach.
Did you need to take another break?
No, I think I'm good for the night. You can hang. You can rest. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in. You did great. No, you did. I mean, you got that to actually show up on the screen. It was a big step.
That is still not.
Yeah. She's just learning so much, and it takes a long time. Don't put a lot of pressure on yourself to do this. Thank you. Rest up. Get some sleep. Yeah, I don't want her to push herself with this technology. It's a very slow process. I believe that Kennedys were actually going for a little action with Marilyn. I do. And I believe that Ted was turned down. And I think that was enough to push him over the edge. My belief that Ted was dark is based on the fact that he remained senator just to avoid prosecution over the Mary Jo Kopechne thing. He never wanted to face the music. David, 3,000 people believe that Epstein didn't die. Good. I'm not the only one. Thank you. The ones believing Epstein died. Yeah, I had no source, but I remember a screenshot of a 4chan post where a dude said he was working security there, and there was a transfer that came in from another prison that night with an abnormal level of security surrounding it. This is a 4chan, though, of course, so it can be taken with a grain of salt, but 4chan has earned a reputation for legit leaks. Well, it literally came out before any official news, and they claimed he was replaced with a double. Any sorts of proof of it coming out before the official news? If so, this is extremely interesting. Question mark? Yeah. Well, this is fascinating, reading threads from the Reddit report on how they don't match. Yeah, that's not him. The autopsy did not show a person that matched him physically. So I believe that the woman who conducted the autopsy has committed a felony, the coroner, for New York PD. I believe that the NYPD has suppressed a vast amount of information provided on the Anthony Weiner laptop, probably incriminating a tremendous amount of people, including Hillary and Uma Abedin. There may be some truth to the frazzle drip video that allegedly a couple of officers in the NYPD saw. It turns out those men are now dead. One of them died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound a week before he was going to collect retirement, and the other, the chief investigator, who saw the Anthony Weiner laptop video, and all the 340,000 email posts, that person's dead from the same way. Gunshot to the head. Very suspicious that these, actually not just 2, but 8 cops in New York Police Department have suicided over the past year. Okay, we got some people tracking the gematria connection to the global elitists pushing climate change issues. The climate change issue, of course, is their goal to cap and trade us and force us to tax us for everything we do. Another way to screw up mankind and get more of our money.
I have an exclusive straight off the press, straight off Reuters. Italy to make climate change study compulsory in schools. It was bound to happen. Italy will next year become the world's first country to make it compulsory for school children to study climate change and sustainable development. Education Minister Lorenzo Fioramonti said, "There is the fucking idiot." Fioramonti from the anti-establishment 5-star movement is the government's most vocal supporter of green policies and was criticised by the opposition in September for encouraging students to skip school and take part in the Greta Asperger climate protests. In an interview at his Rome office on Monday, Fioramonti said all state schools would dedicate 33 hours per year. 33 hours per year. Does that ring a bell? Where the fuck do they get 33 hours from? Not 30, not 35, not 40, not 25, but 33 hours per year. That says it all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the number
straight off the press.
The number the Illuminati uses when they do these predicted events and plan these things out is 33. Fascinating. Fascinating. All right, well, I think we established that the Illuminati is in control of the horizontal and the vertical, but we control the diagonal. 119-year-old abandoned house in Greensboro, North Carolina. Wow. That'll be in our lineup tonight. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Yep, 19-year-old abandoned house. Wow. That's exciting. I think I saw that on Craigslist.
Yes. All right.
This will be fun. AJ's Abandoned Adventures. All right. Yeah, travel to 33. 33 is the Illuminati's number. That's what they use to predict all these events. It's PK. It was PK. He's PK censored now. He's doing a lot of good stuff. You betcha. Yeah, so tonight we'll be featuring a story at 10 o'clock. The end of the Mexican-Mormon War, done by Vice. It's a pretty good show. The Mexican-Mormon War has been going on for years, ever since Mormons moved into Mexico to be polygamous. And they actually have full armaments down there, and they go head-to-head with the drug cartels. We could learn a lot from those Mormons. So that'll be in the show this evening. And news today that Donald Trump Jr. tweeted the name of the whistleblower, putting him at danger and the whole process in a loop. I'm not sure where Donald Trump Jr. inherited his intelligence, but it must have been from his incredibly smart father who has so many different great thoughts in his head. Like, you're under investigation for working for Vladimir Putin. Do you think maybe you might want to record one of your conversations to prove to the American people you're not working for Vladimir Putin? That would have been smart, Donald. But you didn't record one conversation. There have been 13 hours of communication between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. We don't know one thing that they said. But this guy wants to put this whistleblower in danger. He published on Wednesday the name of the alleged anonymous whistleblower whose complaint fired the impeachment inquiry against his dad. Amid calls by the president to expose this whistleblower, Trump Jr. tweeted the name of the CIA analyst that's been circulating for weeks. Yep. Identifying the whistleblower will simply place the individual and their family at risk. It won't, however, relieve the president of the need to address the substantive allegations, all of which have been substantially proven to be true. In the testimony released Tuesday, close Trump ally Gordon Sondland, the U.S. ambassador to the European Union, admitted that he had told a senior Ukraine official that the aid would not be released until Zelensky fulfilled Trump's demands. So even Gordon Sondland reversed his testimony and now agrees there was quid pro quo. I'm not sure what this guy is talking about. We haven't played this yet. Layers of denial.
Recommendations bar is glitched out. Shapiro is a conservative commentator who's very popular with people who already agree with him, and he's really good at winning debates with teenagers who haven't finished university and don't have all the media training he has. He was editor-at-large of Breitbart for 4 years, and he's written 10 books about how it's the left's fault that conservatism keeps making things worse for everyone. He's a true intellectual gymnast, the kind that can write tweets decrying when the left talk about how they're on the right side of history, and then publish an entire book called The Right Side of History. Here he is, dipping his webbed flippers into the pool of climate change with his signature Shapiro intellect.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but it's not that important. A Chinese police forcefully enter a woman's home, arrest her for internet posts. This is what you could expect in the future in America. Assuming the two parties control our future. Okay, so she says, why are you coming to my home this late? What's going on? Because we're the police. Yeah, so what? What ID do you want? What ID do you want? We're not arresting you now. We just want to have a chat, okay? We want to have you come to the station with us. On what basis? Will you tell me now? I need the reason. I don't have to tell you now. So why would I go with you? So do you think the three of us can't take you away? You're illegally entering a citizen's residence. This isn't illegal. Then show me proof of this. I'll take a look. What kind of evidence do we need? We'll take you to the police station and show you, no problem. Police says. Why do you want to interrogate me? I haven't broken any law. So what were you up to online? What I was doing online? What did you post online? What did I post? I didn't post anything. You didn't publish anything? Why should I? How dare you? And says her name, which is inaudible. And the police say, cooperate, cooperate. How can you just come in like that? Are you going to cooperate or not? They're going to take her. Either you come with us or we'll force you. What is going on here? Just cooperate. We're doing an investigation. I didn't break the law. You're not the one who decides whether you broke the law. What nonsense did you write online? So many of you breaking into my house. Take her away. Don't reason with her. All of you breaking into the house of a woman, what's going on here? Let's go, let's go, let's go. What are you doing? What is this? How can you do this? I have absolutely no sense of safety. Okay, one less dissident in China has been sent to the re-education camp. Welcome to the Chinese future of America. Yeah, wow, that's a real eye-opener. Thank you. You're breaking the law. This is against. We're forcing the law, not breaking the law. I hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. Oh, okay, yeah, this is crazy, man. Wow. I'm feeling very sorry for all those poor Chinese people that are forced out of their homes, but how many people in America were killed by cop last year? 1,200. Every year, people get killed by cops all the time in America, more so than China. You're more likely to have your Gorgons harvested in China. In America, they just kill you and they dump your body in some mass grave. Some crematorium, your John Doe body is crematoriumed. Yugoslavian JPA pilot survival ration review, vintage MRE testing. Another Wasteful Wednesday MRE experience. Yeah, Ivan, what's going on? Take it easy, man. Take care, Shadow.
This is a pilot survival ration that was used by the Yugoslavian JNA Air Force. It weighs 12.2 ounces or 345 grams. It was originally sealed with tape, but this one was opened and the tape was removed. 6, and then this is a malt coffee extract with.
So this has got bouillon and malt coffee extract, and yeah, he's going to actually eat all this. I don't know where he gets all these MREs, man. He is something else. This guy, he seems like an average guy, but he's constantly got all these ancient MREs to eat from. It's pretty funny. Yes. Okay. Hillary is
really? Yes, I mean,
Hillary is claiming now on James Corden. She's making the comeback tour on all the late night shows. Now Hillary's claiming that Rudy Giuliani has been maybe attacked by aliens.
look, he was a tough guy. He was a mayor. He was mayor during 9/11.
Yeah.
I was a senator. I worked with him. And I don't know what happened. It's almost like aliens have seized his brain.
Really?
Yes. I mean, for the longest time, he was saying things that were demonstrably untrue. For example, he said Hillary Clinton was never at Ground Zero, never saw her. And then, of course, the internet started putting pictures of me standing next to him.
Walking towards it, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, truly, he's been possessed. I don't understand when it happened, but it is a very clear case of a man who has gone over the edge, probably pushed.
Yeah.
We need an exorcism.
Yeah.
Exorcism.
You think we need an exorcism? Yes. We'll do that on the show.
I think, Chelsea's been communicating with the Church of Satan through Twitter. Maybe she's the one who could make the Church of Satan help Rudy Giuliani, Because Chelsea's pretty close with the Church of Satan. That'll be great. Oh, man. Got all kinds of things flying in the news. Trump Jr. admits the president has told him to tone it down on Twitter. So Donald Trump Jr. is now saying his dad told him to tone it down on Twitter. That's calling the pot calling the kettle black, if I ever saw it.
America is the hottest economy anywhere in the world by far.
Of the Democrat Party right now, or social media and the censorship and the bias there. I mean, it was great because in these interviews you can do 5 minutes and you try to get it all out. In the
America.
What's going on with that beard? It looks about as unorthodox as his teeth. Does he think that beard makes him look good? Oh, she had an Illuminati triangle in her shirt collar? Really? You're talking about the Hillary, the monster that we know as Hillary? Okay. I wouldn't doubt she has the Illuminati nested triangle on there too. Yeah, that one that Podesta and all the Common Pizza people like. Why are they both touring? Because Hillary is introducing Chelsea to the world. It's, they got her a $600,000 a year job at MSNBC, but she was fired. Her internship got her $600,000 a year. There was the opening in her collar. Okay, good to know. Hey, a free portable generator. Can we fix it? Yeah. You bet. Hey, this is good troubleshooting knowledge for those of you who don't know how to fix a generator out in the middle of nowhere. This might save your life someday in the apocalypse. Or in the apocalypse. Either one. There's the apocalypse and the porklips, which Beto O'Rourke yelled at by a woman in Newtown, Connecticut. What do we got?
We're here to hijack this town and to try and make an issue out of getting guns out of good people's hands that can make a difference. And you know that, Beto.
Okay, we have something for her.
No, this is bullshit. It's about mental health and it's about the war on boys and masculinity. You're bullshit by being here. Shame on you, Beto. Why don't you debate me? Why don't you debate me? Go ahead. Answer my question. Answer my question, Beto. Come on. Come on, bring it out, Beto. Let me hear. What do you have to say about mental health? What do you have to say about urban violence? You don't care. The Democrats have been in charge of urban communities and cities for decades. The Democrats have failed. They don't care about you, sir. That's why he's in Sandy Hook. He doesn't care. It's bullshit. I grew up in Newtown. No, you're going to kick out a mother in this community. I grew up here. Right? My mom went to Francisco. I'm a third generation New Western. I'll let you go. Democrats are out. Trump 2020 is saving this world. You guys
And this was right before Beto gave up his run for the presidency. Oh man, I was so happy to hear that Beto gave up his run. We so didn't want that gun control libtard in charge of anything. He couldn't even manage his own toilet paper in a toilet bowl. The guy's a joke. Yes. paper allocation is a very, very important thing, you know. So it just amazes me all the different things we get every night. We have almost an overwhelming number of news items that keep coming at us. We got this aerial view of the situation in California along the LA River, homeless people.
You know, encampments of 20 plus, 30 plus tents, chop shops for bikes. It's a little scary just to kind of even see from the air. Yeah, it's their home, I guess, but it's not right.
Johnny Perez shot this drone video and shared it in the hopes that, as he says, the squeaky wheel will get the grease.
Now wait a second. These guys have prime LA County real estate, and they are not paying for it. I don't know about you, but I mean that's a pretty good deal. Your typical house in Los Angeles is going to cost you about, minimum of $500,000. In fact, I don't think you can find a house for $500,000 in LA County. Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's Friday. I'm not a cop. Well, Nervous Nancy can't clean up anything. Nancy Pelosi it's amazing she can even function with all those over-the-counter medication she's on. Okay, let's see if we can find a house for $500,000 in LA. Yes! There's hope for all of you. Anybody who wants to be enslaved to a mortgage the rest of their life can get in on this. Okay, there's a lot of dots here. Let's say up to $400,000 now. Well, they're still out there. Apparently the market's coming back. $300,000. Well, good for them. I mean, let me just zoom in and make sure everything's copacetic here. Wow, there are some good deals out there. But these are all auctions. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that these are all auctions, that there's no real price here for around $300,000. Yeah, I'm beginning to think this is just auction land. Yeah. There's an apartment for $259,000 here in LA. That'll get you an apartment for $259,000. That's not bad. But yeah, good luck. I won't tell you what you can find outside of LA for that price. It's a huge amount of property. Hey, Buck, how are you, man? What can I do for you? Madison Star Moon, A Nightmare on Chemtrail Street. Thank you, Scissorfight. Let's take a look at this.
There comes a time in every woman's life where she just can't take it anymore. And I think I reached that point, guys.
Wow.
There is no hope for us, and I'm sorry. I've never been one to give that type of a message or try to spread that. Maybe I'll get over it, guys. But I just went through torment and hell, and it's giving me nightmares. There's no one to help us. Everyone's covering it up, and I just can't take it anymore, guys.
She's mad as hell and she can't take it anymore. Madison Star Moon is very expressive, and she goes into everybody's face who's in the government dealing with chemtrails, and nobody answers her. She can't take it anymore on Chemtrail Street. You know, we need armaments to protect us against the alien invasion. I keep telling that to people who are Democrats. They don't say, no, guns are bad, they hurt people. Guns hurt people. How are you going to defend your family when there may be no government and we've been attacked by aliens? What are you going to do to deal with that? How are you going to prepare for that? And no Democrat wants to deal with that reality. Yeah, people hurt people. Guns don't. You know, the number one murder weapon out there is a blunt object, not a gun. People don't realize that. And they keep demonizing guns, thinking that that's the big bad boogeyman, when in fact it is your only defense against an alien invasion. Case in point. You're traveling downtown and you run into an alien. Somebody from outer space. Somebody like this guy. Max Headroom. And you're saying, wait a second, this guy his face is like plastic. What the hell? How do I deal with this person? And is he a danger to me and my family? It's pretty obvious he is. And there's every reason to know, oh, no, it's not an alien. It's a perfectly normal newscaster type of guy. But no. You realize then that you're surrounded by these people, and they are mannequins. Do you shoot them? Take out their plastic, rubberized android bodies? Do you trust that they're safe? So many questions to ask. Or say you run into this guy, this alien gray body. It's like, hey, Dave, how are you? Oh, it's that alien gray body out there. There it is. It's like, hey, dude, what's going on? I'd be a little freaked out if this creature came up to me. This is the only known picture of an alien taken in Russia in 1962, outside of my farmhouse in Siberia. I had the camera. I took it with myself. It is very likely the alien that was about to take over my family. We were running for our life. We took picture and sent it to a national bureau in Kazakhstan. Hey, good night. Thanks, Victory for Cake. Thanks for coming in. I do believe the Nazis had contact with something, because they spent 15 years studying the VRAIL project. It was through the VRAIL project that the Nazis were able to develop alien space technology. This reversed engineered technology may very well be the secret to the power of the VRAIL. The dark forces of evil.
These subterranean keepers of the Vril could destroy mankind.
Should they come up and decide they wanted to colonize the surface of the planet, we would be doomed.
It may seem kind of tabloid truth.
It may be the truth. You don't know. All I can tell you is the Germans had science fiction going like we did, and they had plans for space technology like we did. These spacecraft, or flying saucers, were developed by the Germans in the Luftwaffe. Yeah, what I'm saying is, if you don't have a weapon, how are you going to stop an alien from attacking your family and taking a chunk out of your kid? You know? So why are you Democrats so concerned about having a weapon? It's like, it's our Second Amendment right to bear arms. And I don't know about you, but I really am hesitant to arm bears. They seem like they've already got some pretty dangerous arms. It's highly unlikely your first encounter with an alien will be pleasant. So you'll probably end up saying, "Go ahead and make my day, you stinking alien." Something like that. Something like Clint Eastwood would say. Go ahead and make my day. Go ahead and make my day, you stinking alien. So we've got a lot to talk about. Everything I said was for the past 6 years is coming true. Vladimir Putin is pretty much in control of Donald Trump, and Trump has done everything Putin asked him to do, and Putin has honored his word by not releasing more than 24 seconds of the PP tape. So that's a plus. So far, Donald Trump has complied with all the demands the blackmailing Russian government did when they threatened him with the PP tape. Now, this is what Mueller said in the testimony in front of the House. If Mueller was telling the truth, then by all means, we have to assume the PP tape is in play. Plus, they've got $1 billion underwritten, a loan that Donald Trump has with the Deutsche Bank, $1 billion underwritten by Russian oligarchs, so they've got more control over our president there, too. And I hate to tell you, but this is really not a Russian hoax. This really is Russia taking over our country, and in so many different ways. Remember, Khrushchev said he would do this without a fight, and he would destroy us from within. That's what they're trying to do. And you Republicards or retardicans don't understand that. Take a break, get some fresh air, and come back to the show once you've gathered your senses. Because you won't be able to slip out of this one by saying, oh, it's all a Russian hoax. No. But I agree with you Republicans that Joe Biden looks like he's corrupt as hell. Not to mention the way he's been kissing kids, and my goodness. He was told not to do this, and then he went ahead and did it. Sorry. Yeah. Kissing the children on the lips. I mean, what the hell is going on with this guy? It's beginning to seem a lot like perversion. Dun, 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 dun. It's the season for perversion, and Joe Biden is running for president. Here he is recently in Iowa. Kissing the boy, yes, rubbing the children, and smelling this young lady, and putting his nose on her and nuzzling her right in front of her father. Oh, it's beginning to seem a lot like pedophilia in the Biden camp. I just don't know. I mean, Biden is not much better than Trump. So, I mean, you guys who believe Trump is better than anything the Democrats can put out, I think you're right. But what if Trump resigns and doesn't want to run for re-election in 2020? Where are you Republicans? Where are you going to be sending? Who are you going to vote for? I mean, you might as well put Alec Baldwin on the list of people you'd vote for. Alec, are you running? I think he's a little predisposed right now. I think Alec Baldwin should run for the Republicans. He'd love it. It's true that Biden only presents himself with white children. Well, he has been known to make public service announcements to complain about child abuse, so it's not like Biden hasn't come clean on the whole issue. He has explained with Lady Gaga that this is a terrible offense, that he would never have anybody do this, blah, blah, blah. Joe, you want to pipe in on this? No, we don't have him here. Okay. The cameo of Joe. Yeah, we don't have that here. No. Nope, sorry. It must be in a different area. Let me see. Oh, yes. Here it is.
I'm here with not only a great friend, but a fierce advocate. Lady Gaga has been the voice for people who have been forgotten and people who have been abused. Until what happens to you, well, it happened to her. And she's shown enormous courage. And we want to make it real clear. It's on us, it's on everyone to intervene, to stop abuse when they see it, and when they hear about it, to intervene.
Okay, I'm going to intervene right now, Joe. I don't think this is appropriate. Excuse me. You're touching children inappropriately. You're kissing them. I'm intervening right now, Joe. Yeah, this is not going to No, you can't get away with this, man. I'm intervening right now, right in front of her father, too. I mean, my goodness. Jeez. Will you...
It's no man has a right to raise a hand to a woman for any reason other than self-defense. Ever.
Okay, wait a second. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman for any reason.
Hand to a woman for any reason other than self-defense.
Okay, so it's okay to beat up a woman if you're defending yourself? I don't get that. So he just endorsed beating up a woman in self-defense. Does that jive with your theory that it's okay to beat up women in self-defense? I don't think so. I don't think any guy that lays a hand on a woman is justified at this point. And I think the law would see it that way too. Of course, if you were protecting your life, that'd be different. If a woman hits you first, you can pop the beep. You, of all people, Slow Mode, saying that. That's so unlike you. Are you sure you weren't replaced by some sort of an Illuminati puppet? Then again, you seem like an Illuminati puppet as it is, so it wouldn't really matter. I don't know. Lindsey Graham called the president incompetent. Is that his way of endorsing him? I don't know. William Taylor continues to testify and make it clear that he wasn't a part of any of the Donald Trump and Giuliani shenanigans. We're pretty sure this guy is clean as a whistle. But he said a clear understanding of quid pro quo was going on at the time. I'm getting tired of the whole quid pro quo issue. We all remember George H.W. Bush saying no quid pro quo. Yes, Amber, I'll feed you later. Yeah, my cat has been eating nothing but wet food. At least she's eating. I mean, it's costly, but yeah, just walk away if a woman hits you. That's your best method. Mulvaney said...
We all know that Trump has a hard time making a coherent point. But he has been consistent about one issue. Watch.
There was no quid pro quo, and there was never any quid pro quo. But there was no quid pro quo. But there was with Biden. There was no quid pro quo at all. It was quid pro quo. Well, there was none.
Oh, God. Send him to a home already. But his acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, did not get the memo. Watch this.
You also mentioned to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server. Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happens as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
We do it all the time. We do quid pro quo all the time.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be agreeing with Behar, but Joyce, thank you so much. Yes, you're special. Joyce Behar. Well, yeah, so it's such a big deal that he does a little quid pro quo. I don't know if this is an impeachable offense. Well, it's funny, we couldn't find Donald or George H.W. Bush saying no quid pro quo. There's no copy of it out there. And I remember him saying that. 1,000 points of light. Read my lips. No new taxes. No quid pro quo. But my memory serves me better than the YouTube channel. So, oh well. Space Shuttle.
Tonight, a major meltdown in downtown Columbus.
It's a white privileged racist male that doesn't stand for women's rights.
The display that set this woman off. We'll hear from her in just a moment.
But first, Fox 28's Tara Morgan is live to show us what started it all. Tara?
Well, Yolanda, a pro-life group Created Equal stages protests at least twice a week in front of the State House. They are used to heated discussions, but today was the first time things got out of hand.
You don't give a shit about women. You don't give a shit about life. All you are
She says her name is Victoria Duran. On this day, taking out not one, but 2 signs as she unleashes her anger on the pro-life group Created Equal. The first young man is a summer intern.
Hey, get that camera out of my face, either.
I want to call the police.
Training director Seth Dreyer is behind the camera.
She physically pushed me, my arms. She did, later on, we were standing by a bus and she pushed me into the bus. It was stationary.
She pushed him. Well, how do you think it feels for a woman who has to go to a backyard abortion clinic to have an abortion? That can't be very nice. You found out I may be remotely related to you? Related to me? I'm doing pretty good, but I doubt we're related. Yeah, Gays for Pro-Life. That should be the guy's name. Of course gays are in favor of pro-life. They can't have children, so they don't have to have an abortion. What do they care, right? That would be kind of a good splinter group. Gays for pro-life. Ow! You'll get your dinner. Your family is from LaGrange, Georgia. My name is Chlorine Sponheim. You know, that's not my family. That's a woman that married into my family after my family line broke off. Yep. My family's not from LaGrange. That's somebody else. Somebody on one of my family members went out there and married Waddell. Walking AIDS are pro-life. That makes me, well, I don't know. I mean, AIDS victims for pro-life, something like that. Yeah, so I'm not really sure related to Mass Breach. Sorry about that. There's a black woman in my family, but she's not my ancestor or related to my ancestor. She's from one of the many people that splintered off and married a black woman. I think that's great. I was looking at my family line the other night and I saw that she's in there. Yeah, I don't no problem. I want people to intermingle. I mean, when you think about it, the future really will eventually be an amalgamation of our races. The future human being will be mulatto. I'm talking not in the near future, in the next 5,000 years. Yes. That's why I didn't think it was such a big deal for me to do a blackface video, because obviously, you know, we're all headed that direction anyway, right? I mean, I'm not going in the reverse. I speak cat language. That's I want my dinner. Feed me. Well, I think we've had a very furtive discussion. Furtive discussion, not fruitive. Yeah, I'm getting tired of the whole whistleblower story. I mean, the Republicans keep going after yesterday's story. And then when they address the fact that Donald Trump now is saying he did quid pro quo after all, I mean, they won't even admit the wrongs that this guy's committed. But now Lindsey Graham has decided to make his incompetence his defense.
To me, was the final authority on everything Trump. I've read the transcript for myself. I made up my own mind. Volker, the special envoy, said there was no quid pro quo. Sunderland has changed his testimony to say he presumes there was. What I can tell you about the Trump policy toward the Ukraine, it was incoherent. It depends on who you talk to. They seem to be incapable of forming a quid pro quo. So, no, I find the whole process to be a sham, and I'm not going to legitimize it.
Okay, so he didn't say he was incompetent. He said he was incoherent. Ah, I misquoted. Missed it by that much. 99? Get me my shoe phone. Okay. Well, incoherent, quid pro quo, incompetent, whatever. Who cares? It's all so beautiful. Okay, I got a few things in the lineup tonight. Looking good. Great links. Thanks, Scissorfight, for sending me all those great links. We got good stuff from other people too. The drone footage of the LA County area. The homeless problem just moved around. They moved the tents and they just found a new place along the LA River. Healing 5 Golden Voice Radio from 59 to 69. Wow, that looks good. Like a time travel thing with music playing behind it. David Tipton, 23 minutes of nonstop fun. Cool. I like retro stuff. That's right up my alley. Good for Wasteful Wednesday. Thank you. Lindsay is using the old "he's too stupid to commit the crime" defense. Well, you're on my page again, Slow Mode. Wow. You know, as long as we don't talk about conspiracies, you and I are in total agreement on a lot of things. You know, there is a possibility that the day may come when we may just, you know, not focus on conspiracies during the show, because the world of politics will be so compelling and disturbing and upsetting that we may just focus on coming to conclusions that'll help advance politics for us. I'd rather talk about things related to politics as opposed to discussing conspiracies, but there's so many different aspects of our country's corruption that relate to conspiracy, unfortunately. And without addressing those concerns, we really will never correct the problems facing our country. There's the Kennedy cover-up, which we're still waiting on any reveal by Donald Trump. He's still holding on to files that should have been released over 2 years ago when George H.W. Bush was alive. The truth about Lee Harvey Oswald working for the CIA. Trump is sitting on that information still. More proof that Trump is in on the deep state, keeping track on having been controlled by the people that have covered up the Kennedy assassination. Mobster hit. That's what it was. It was a long time ago that I experienced the tragedy of losing our great president, John F. Kennedy. And it wasn't something that I took lightly. I was affected. Many people in America were affected. I was 2 years old when it happened. And I'll never forget the solemn nature of what happened around me. My parents were crying. My family members were, everyone was overwhelmed with grief. Because he was such a very strong and stately man. It was such a strong vision for the country, and such an excellent speaker too. And it was such a tumultuous time. He really galvanized the American people's dreams about what America could be.
Remarks of the President to the American Newspaper Publishers Association, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City, April 27, 1961.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much your generous invitation to be here tonight. You bear heavy responsibilities these days, and an article I read some time ago reminded me of how particularly heavily the burdens of present-day events bear upon your profession. You may remember that in 1851, the New York Herald Tribune, under the sponsorship and publishing of Horace Greeley, employed as its London correspondent an obscure journalist by the name of Karl Marx. We are told that foreign correspondent Marx, stone broke, and with a family ill and undernourished, constantly appealed to Greeley and managing editor Charles Dana for an increase in his munificent salary of $5 per installment, a salary which he and Ingalls ungratefully labeled as the lousiest petty bourgeois cheating.
He had a sense of humor too, you know. You know that the taxes, the progressive tax code under John F. Kennedy, taxed the rich people with 90% tax. Isn't that funny? Yeah, I read the article, Zeno. Thank you. I'm glad I got a little press coverage there. But yeah, he actually had a huge tax on the rich, but over the past 60 years, they've gradually erased it. People said that Bobby was very jealous of his brother. Yeah, I know. Bobby had some issues. And Bobby confronted, or rather Joe, the father, confronted Bobby one day and said to Bobby Kennedy, you know what you're doing is going to get you and your brother killed. Meaning exposing the mob, going after all these mob figures. And sure enough, it did. Joe Kennedy was right. Those prophetic words came true. Bobby was really the kind of the constant thorn in the Kennedy administration's side, because he kept, as our Attorney General, Bobby Kennedy kept pressing for anti-corruption, which at the time was too big of a bite to take for this country. And it cost John F. Kennedy's life. We're now inundated by corruption, and the corruption's been pretty much institutionalized within the government as a two-party system. So as we look forward to the future, we have to ask ourselves, how can we navigate a world that we don't understand, of paybacks and bribery and sex tapes being used against our public officials without our knowledge, and cover-ups, one after the other, like the recent cover-ups of false flag events, pushing gun control, which Donald Trump embraced as if they were real. And then he turned around and called all this reveal about the Russian involvement in the election fake news. Donald Trump really is showing his true colors. He's total deep state. He doesn't want us to ask questions about the fakery being pushed out there to get rid of guns. He won't talk about that, but he's certainly quick to say everything about him is fake news. No, I think Bobby didn't kill Jack. It's just that his involvement trying to prosecute the mob is exactly why Jack and Bobby got killed. It's not a stretch to think that the mob killed the president. It looks more like, the more I look at the entire Zapruder tape, the more it looks doctored. And the more likely it too was a cover-up showing what would have showed the driver, William Greer, stopping the limousine in the middle of the intersection while they, like 6 or 7 different sources, started blowing the president's head off like a shooting gallery. And the Zapruder tape, upon expert scrutiny, shows about 15 frames missing, which would be about a second long, really, with that type of a film, where the car actually stopped. Many people believe that William Greer may have been one of the shooters. He turned and actually faced the president when the president's head was blown off at that exact moment. And it does appear he had a gun in his hand. But all of that has been effectively squashed and squelched by the Warren Commission's nice, tight, neat little wrap-up in the lone gunman theory and the lone bullet theory and all that crap that's come up since. The truth is, our president, John F. Kennedy, was killed by the mob. And their roots may be as far as deep as the Zionist realm, and may have roots in some of the people that actually formed the state of Israel. Because John F. Kennedy was investigating the nuclear program that Israel had at the time, and they didn't want that. Remember I said at the beginning of the show that if we got Israel to commit to a nuclear non-proliferation treaty, we might be able to get peace talks back on track with Iran. But if Israel was at all involved in the killing of JFK, the Mossad, we would never get to that. We would never get to the point where we could actually work with Israel in any way, let alone signing a nuclear non-proliferation agreement. They would have done everything they could to stop anyone from knowing about their nuclear program. And if they were implicated in the death of John F. Kennedy, that would seal the deal. We'll never find out anything. Hey, there's some weird common events that have occurred over time, and one of the weirdest things that ever came out first appeared in a Playboy magazine in 1969 regarding JFK and Abraham Lincoln. I'm going to show you this video. It's very interesting. The coincidences are almost too many to even count.
Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John Kennedy was elected to Congress in 1946. Abe Lincoln was elected president in 1860. John Kennedy was elected president in 1960. The names Lincoln and Kennedy both contain 7 letters. Both presidents were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both of the president's wives lost children while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday in the head. President Lincoln's secretary was named Miss Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Miss Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners. Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908. John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald, who assassinated Kennedy, 1939. Both assassins were known by three names: John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. Both names are comprised of 15 letters. President Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car named Lincoln, made by Ford. John Wilkes Booth ran to a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. Booth and Oswald were both assassinated before they could go to trial. And a week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. A week before Kennedy was shot, he was with Marilyn Monroe.
Isn't that interesting? All these different coincidences between the two men. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? Yeah, I just researched a little bit about John F. Kennedy's. He was researching the nuclear program that Israel had before he was killed. And the Atomic Energy Commission inspectors gave the Dimona nuclear plant a clean bill of health twice after deliberately truncating the tours. But U.S. intelligence remained suspicious. And the IAEA inspection of Dimona was our objective, according to the State Department. Kennedy never got to fulfill this. He was killed in the process. So no reveal of the nuclear program at Israel has ever happened since Kennedy was killed. So it's the gleaming example of a modus operandi behind the death of our president. I think the taxation is to destroy. Yes. Doma Dor de Forces Focus. In 1933, the U.S. Supreme Court declared to tax is to destroy. And this is actually a quote from Nathaniel Webster, the creator of the Webster Dictionary. He was the first to coin the phrase to tax is to destroy. But that ruling should have remained in effect every single time the U.S. Supreme Court gathered, but it didn't. They've always changed the complexion of their court, and gradually income taxes were levied and people have been destroyed. The 16th Amendment isn't of itself being violated countless times by people being taxed on their wages and compensation. There's no legal or constitutional precedent for that. There are tax codes that require you to pay taxes for your wages and compensations, but none of them have been questioned in court, so you have to pay your taxes. Hi, Sunchild. Video from 1992 shows Jeffrey Epstein partying at Mar-a-Lago. Let's take a look.
That has emerged, raising new questions about President Trump's past relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The video shows the two partying together at Mar-a-Lago in 1992. And here's ABC's Kira Phillips now.
The video shows them partying like pals. President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago in a room full of cheerleaders. The video shot by NBC in 1992. Unearthed by them today. Trump seeming to point one woman out on the dance floor. The future president making Epstein double over with laughter. In a 2002 profile of the financier, Trump called Epstein a terrific guy, adding, It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. 6 years later, dozens of women accused Epstein of sexually abusing them when they were teenagers. But a controversial plea deal landed him in county jail for just 13 months. Now he's back behind bars, facing federal sex trafficking charges. And the president is distancing himself.
I haven't spoken to him in probably 15 years or more. I wasn't a big fan of Jeffrey Epstein, that I can tell you.
Did you have any suspicions that he was molesting young women,
No, I had
underage
no
women?
idea. I had no idea. I haven't spoken to him in many, many years.
So let's get right to Kira Phillips live in Washington tonight. And Kira, any response from the president's team to the video today that's now emerged?
Well, David, we have inquired. However, no response from the White House tonight. But you can be sure that the president, as well as his aides, are aware of this video.
Yeah, he said he hadn't spoken to him in many, many years. 1992 was the year that Justice for Katie claimed that she was raped by Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein standing next to her. Yeah, she claimed, Katie Hill was her name, and The Guardian has a story about what happened to her. The shaming and homophobia that occurred. Let's take a look. The Katie Hill travesty resignation. Oh, this is a different story. Katie Hill is not the one. Justice for Katie is a story about a woman who was raped at 13, allegedly, by Donald Trump. She went on to reinstate those charges, 2016, and then she had to drop the charges because she said that Trump's people had threatened to kill her. That's a quote. So she dropped the charges against Donald Trump at that point. This isn't the first time the people have allegedly from the Trump camp have threatened to kill people. Michael Cohen said that Trump's team had threatened to kill him if he continued talking about the different deals with Russia. That's another example. That's why I'm beginning to wonder if the whistleblower is safe. Quite a few people have been threatened over many, many years, allegedly. And none of this, when a person's threatened to be killed, they usually don't press charges. So it rarely goes to court when a person's violated that way. They're so afraid they're going to die that they don't press charges, as in the case of Justice for Katie. You're right. I have a dot on the tip of my nose. I don't know what that is. I can't quite figure it out. It may have just been, some sort of an airborne particulate, a chemtrail landing on my nose. Well, believe me, if I had seen Donald Trump start a deep investigation into the 150 different people who have died, who've known the Clintons, that were very close to testifying against the Clintons, I would have been more than willing to jump on the QAnon bandwagon. But I never saw one prosecution, not even one investigation by Trump's team into that. I've seen William Barr's cursory examination of the Strzok testimony and Andrew McCabe and those people trying to rig this Russian investigation. That's not exactly stopping the deep state. If Trump had actually done something and went out of his way to go ahead and prosecute Hillary Clinton or Bill over the Haitian money deal, that would have made me think that Trump is stopping the deep state, but he's not. No, it was just some sort of an airborne particulate, and I think chemtrail floating in the air. I think Trump's team should be prostituted. Yes, I heard about that. You're in shock right now, Zeno. You're going to have to seek a psychiatrist and bill the plaintiff in the court case that you're charging. Somebody grabbed your ass at the DMV. I could easily press charges against people, but they all come to me threatening my life anonymously. I can't press charges against people who are anonymous. Which would you choose, a rat nest or hanging out with Donald? Hanging out with Donald. I'd prefer that. Yeah, there's nothing worse than a rat's nest. Well, I have an ethical problem of my own to deal with right now. I've got a compost heap with a rat in it. I ended up trapping the rat in my compost heap. Now the question is, do I let the rat escape? Or do I keep throwing compost on it and give it what it wants, which is more food to eat? So I'm essentially feeding the rat in my compost heap. And theoretically, the rat will eventually live its life and die and become compost anyway, so does it matter? Yeah, it's a real rat. Yeah, I saw this hole in my compost bin. I put a plug in it. I opened up the lid and he was running around. I was like, okay, yeah. So it right now is living a very austere life on the whatever compost I had left. I would kill the rat, and I have rat traps that could easily do that. But I don't want to open the compost heap and, you know, whack-a-mole kind of thing with a gun and try to kill it. You know, that would be foolish. Put peppermint oil around the baseboards. That won't kill the rat. You know, I don't really want to call animal relocation because in my area they don't come out. You emailed Trump and told him that? Well, yeah, everybody wants Trump to investigate crooked Hillary, but do you think in 3 years he would have? That's why I'm saying Trump is not the QAnon guy that you think he is. Okay, we got a breaking report. Trump has been doing his due diligence, digging up dirt on Hunter Biden, and apparently a former Ukrainian official accuses Hunter Biden of taking off the books payments from Burisma totaling millions, not just the 3.4 that he got in a short period of time. We're talking millions beyond that. Well, I can't wait till you get me a link on that. Thanks, 536. I doubt you'll have a link on that, but that's okay. You know, I just don't believe I should make this rat my pet, but then again, I feel a little bit bad that I've kept him in the compost heap, eating the compost. Oh, the cat can't handle a rat. My cat's 17 years old. The only thing my cat was ever able to do is cause a fat mouse to have a heart attack. No, I'm not in QAnon. That's my point. I refuse to believe that Trump is stopping the deep state when he hasn't prosecuted one person. No, my cat's an old cat, 17 years old. She's lucky to be alive. I would never force her to go get a rat. Dave, Trump is the deep state. That's my point. I've been saying that to the QAnoners for some time. Anyway, it's great to talk to people
Before I even watch it.
Like-minded people who understand what I'm saying. Thank you. Crazy feminist attacks man for saying hello to her.
I can tell that this is going to be a promising video. You've got a black woman driving a car. She's also filming herself on her phone for no fucking reason whatsoever. That's a good sign. In the bottom right-hand corner, you've got the word wreck feminist. And you've also got an ice cream van and a fucking 7.
All right, we'll look at this later. Obviously, the man triggered her or something, but it might be fun to watch. I think Donald Trump is definitely a person who has had extramarital affairs and never admitted it to his wife. I think we can assume that. I'm not going to get another cat. That's the last cat I'll ever have. She's just the best cat ever. Well, you know, I've got a better idea. I could just lift the top on the compost and let the rat run away. I think we should investigate Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. I think Trump should have done that. Right, and the Eric Chiaramella, the guy who had second-hand information on this whole thing, who's now been outed by Donald Trump Jr. as the whistleblower, has worked closely with the anti-Trump dossier hoaxer. There's nothing there's no hoax about the dossier. The dossier is real, and there's a sex tape out there. You Republicans really should look and Google the sex tape of Donald Trump. It's all out on the internet. It's everywhere. I'm not going to give you a link to it. Yeah, I'm going to name the rat Xenu. Yes, in honor of you, Xenu. Yeah, you're definitely the kind of person that would embody that rat. David, are you aware that Joe Biden mentioned your idea about the cow butt plug? He's saying it's his own original idea. Are you serious? It doesn't surprise me. I get everybody's stealing my ideas. Now Joe Biden is. That's so funny. That was humorous, 8 years ago? So you believe this guy's not a whistleblower, he was a spy. Well, I got to ask you, Guest 536, if you have a president in the White House on a cell phone that's not being monitored by the NSA, making calls to world leaders to get dirt on his opponent, why wouldn't the NSA or the CIA put a guy in the room next to him listening in? I mean, of course he was a spy. That was his job. He was a CIA spy. Hello? And he was revealing truth that shouldn't actually go on in the White House. Because Trump is not transparent. He has these secret cell phone calls with Putin and Zelensky and God knows how many other world leaders he's trying to work deals with. Oh, I could put a Trump hotel in Haiti. It would be great. It'd be wonderful. Port-au-Prince, the Port-au-Prince Trump Hotel. I'd love to make that happen. What's it worth to you? You can imagine the calls he's making. No, I'm saying he does have a cell phone, and that's a fact, Jack. The fact that the conversation was monitored by 12 other people is because this guy doesn't make public calls. He's always trying to secretly communicate with world leaders. This is a no-brainer. You Republicans are defending an act of espionage by our own president. You really want me to play the Triggered Lady video? Okay. I don't think I'm going to do that right now. It just takes up too much of my valuable time. And I watch people that are being triggered, and I'd rather be much more calm. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hi, neighbor. No, it won't be dead on arrival. The fact is, Donald Trump has a cell phone in the White House, secretly making calls. This is, oh man, I can't even believe I have to talk about this. You Trump tards are you just endlessly support Trump and his illegal acts. The Russians and Chinese have been eavesdropping on these calls, so why wouldn't a U.S. CIA spy be eavesdropping on a call? New York Times reported the Russians and Chinese were eavesdropping on Trump's calls, cell phone calls, using information gleaned to better influence his behavior. This should surprise no one. Security experts have been talking about the potential security vulnerabilities in Trump's cell phone use since he became president. Obama bristled at but acquiesced to the security rules prohibiting him from using a regular cell phone throughout his presidency. But not Trump. This is theatlantic.com. This should be enough information for you to verify that it's not a fake news story, okay? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for neighbors. Won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Breaking news. Latvian girl's mole says 2 wounded in a shooting at Church's Chicken restaurant in San Diego. The suspect tried to buy food at the location earlier in the day using a counterfeit $100 bill. He's a black male in a hooded sweatshirt who shot 2 people. I don't know if the CIA can get a search warrant. They already have a whistleblower working at the CIA who had 12 witnesses to Trump's call, which all point to Donald Trump doing quid pro quo for Joe Biden information in exchange for $400 million in valuable aid to stop Russia's takeover of their country. Yeah, he is a spy by definition, and that's what spies do. They spy on presidents. Next question. Are you retarded or something? Sounds like you're a retardican. No, I think you're a Trump-tardican. You're one of the best. You're a Trump-tardican. Yes, he's a spy, and that was his job at the CIA to listen in on the president. Is there anything illegal about an agency monitoring Our president's foreign conversations, when it's their domain to witness and analyze the intelligence gathering of foreign conversations. And you're saying he's a spy. Yeah, he is a spy. That's what they do. No, you're DOA. The story's not dead on arrival. It's just getting better and better, as evinced by the impeachment hearings, which continually bring out contradictions in Trump's statements, left and right. You'll get that later at 10 o'clock, Xenu. You know, I'm going to go check on my rat, Xenu, outside. I'll be back, okay? No, Trump was spied on by a spy, okay? Big deal. What's the big deal? Trump is paying witnesses with sexual favors and a $100 Amazon gift card. I believe you. Weed does not smell bad. That is total BS. You've got a totally warped view of weed. Weed is a really nice smelling thing. David, I might need to go to sleep because... No, you don't go to sleep till 4 in the morning. I'm thinking of Benga, not Xenu, really. I'm changing my name to Benga now from Xenu. Well, maybe I have two rats out there, one named Xenu and one named Benga. I wouldn't doubt they've already had sex and had little children, baby rats in my compost heap by now. Benga Zuna rats. It doesn't smell bad. No, in fact, skunk weed smells like skunk. I will admit that, but most weed smells really fresh and wonderful. I don't know if I can play that. Hang on. I just saw a link to a site that shows a child escaping from Buckingham Palace naked. Wow. No, you should, well, call, if you're having irregular heartbeats or some sort of a palpitation, definitely call an ambulance to get help. If you're on cannabis, yeah. No, yawning is not a problem. It means yawning is a sign your body needs oxygen. So when you smoke cannabis, you're blocking the pores in your lungs that would require open access to oxygen. So it's part of the autonomic nervous system. I don't believe you may have overdosed. I think overdose would be an overreaction at this point. Rodents eat their own babies that are runts. That's an example of what the rat will do. So the rat's probably giving birth to its babies and eating them right now. Well, let's be clear. Michelle.
It's disgusting. People are in here.
Michael never did that. We've got some Best Feminist and SJW Whale Fail compilations coming up in the 50 Shades category. I'm not sure what I'm getting into with some of these links tonight, but it should be interesting. Yeah, I've always liked the smell of marijuana. I don't know what your problem is, but for some people, it's just really obnoxious. Yeah, it's okay if you don't like it. I'm not saying you're a bad person because of that. I'm just saying it's not that bad. It is socially unacceptable for mothers to eat their infants, but what if it was socially acceptable? Like that woman that approached Ocasio-Cortez claiming that people should eat their babies. Yeah, there's some weird connotations going on. The Democrats are so pro-choice that they're willing to turn a blind eye to whack jobs. And here's an interview with a woman talking to Ocasio-Cortez in a public forum and telling her that we need to solve the carbon problem by eating babies.
We're not going to be here for much long because of the climate crisis. We only have a few months left.
I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you're really supporting the Green Deal, but it's not enough. Even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, too much pollution. So we have to get rid of the babies. That's a big problem. Just stopping having babies is not enough. We need to eat the babies. And this is very serious. Please give a response.
Thank you. We'll go ahead. Okay. No, we'll go ahead. No. Yeah, no. Thank you. So I think so one of the things that's very important to us is that we need to treat the climate crisis with the urgency that it does present. Luckily, we have more than a few months. We do need to hit net zero in several years. But I think we all need to understand that there are a lot of solutions that we have and that we can pursue, and that if we act in a positive way, there's space for hope.
So she didn't bother to say, ma'am, it's illegal to eat babies. She never said that. She never said it's unethical to eat babies. She literally endorsed the woman's statement by not condemning it.
We are never beyond hope. Okay.
I don't know. I think Ocasio is beyond hope, frankly. Yeah. Yes, I think so. And here's a Simpsons cartoon about eating babies. So you know that this is foreshadowing what they're planning. And are these people eating babies right now? That's the question, Ocasio looks like a living abortion. Well, that's very, very mean. I disagree. I think she looks just like a person who just is greedy as hell. She sponsored net zero mobile internet subtly in that rant. Really? I don't know. It may be true. I just think Ocasio is a very sad case of affairs. Let's talk about what Greta didn't talk about. Greta didn't talk about ending weather modification, like geoengineering and solar radiation management and stratospheric aerosol ejection. She never even mentioned this, but yet that probably would definitely stop climate change. So it's pretty obvious by omission she's pretty much working for the very people that are dumping chemicals on our head. Normie tier losers can't detect it, but this is the same crisis actor in such scenarios. Hitler had this question all the time. I mean, he used little girls with braids. That's what the Nazis did. Stalin did too. They use women and children in tragedies. It makes the needle move faster on their agenda. You can censor, smear, and discredit those who oppose you. You can pressure companies. It's their bread and butter. What they use with Greta is their bread and butter and how they push this climate change. And this is what they've been trying to do, and we're fighting it in the media, I'll tell you. And it's really making a difference. I mean, we are altering the course of the climate change discussion by continuing ramping this discussion of concern about weather modification and chemtrails on a daily basis. There is a concerted effort by our government to paint anybody who talks about chemtrails as a whack job. That is complete mind manipulation. What they're doing is they're trying to take your most vulnerable area where, most people want to be liked. It's very common. Okay, this is where she got her idea? Okay. All right, I'm not going to look into that right now. But it's very common for people wanting to be liked. And if you are told that if you say something weird, they won't like you, well, then you listen to anything that sounds weird to you, and then you don't like those people. This is part of the normalization and the socialization brainwashing that goes on. And for many years now, the government's been making it seem like anybody who questions things like the chemicals in the sky is a whack job. And no one wants to be a whack job. So they've got all these people that want to conform saying, you're a whack job because you think there's chemicals in the sky. Meanwhile, they're dumping it on our head at an alarming rate, beyond our wildest imagination. They're polluting the skies to create this artificial global climate change that they're creating. Believe me, they're causing the climate change. We aren't. Your flatulence didn't contribute to it. The butt plugs for the cows didn't contribute to it. And I want to thank Joe Biden for at least copying my idea. You know, at this point, I'm not going to get credit for my ideas, but when I talk about butt plugs to eliminate global gases, I was serious. We even have a guy right now working on developing a butt plug in his community in Latvia, I believe. You know, I don't eat veal. I don't eat anything that hasn't had a full life. I believe you know Chinese chicken chow mein that's replaced with cat chow mein. Really? Are you sure that that chicken you're eating at the Chinese restaurant is chicken? I don't know. It's a funny statement about opening up a fortune cookie and reading, that wasn't chicken. Hi, I'm not getting any VIP. Please don't do that. Yeah, don't ever make a donation to Mark over this show. I don't need VIP status. I prefer not having it. You know, most of the beef that I've eaten is full-term beef, not downer cows. And most of the beef I've eaten is organically grown or properly raised in a USDA-approved environment. I don't eat a lot of beef. I've been eating some Angus burgers I picked up. I just bought some organic burger at a retail outlet for a good deal, grass-fed. You know, I don't eat tumors or any type of carcinogen that has been like a tumor on the animal. I try not to eat tumors. You know, you can't find any large cancerous masses in the market to buy, to eat. So you really don't know if any of the animals that you're eating are cancerous. There's no real rating, so you have to order organic meat to know for sure. Beef jerky is cow scabs, really? You know that for a fact? Yeah, don't burn eggs. That's like a cleanup problem, just to get the stove clean. And even the stickless pans will burn up and eggs will destroy them. Well, that's been exciting. You know, Trevor Noah asked Hillary Clinton, how did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? Trivializing all the serious questions that are being proposed, that Hillary Clinton's behind the Clinton body count and may have had something to do with Jeffrey Epstein's strange occurrence at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. And I'm not going to play it for you, but it's just absolutely atrocious. This guy made fun of the whole conspiracy theory that Clintons are behind some serious mistaken deaths. Over 150 people that were close to the Clintons, about ready to testify in cases regarding the Clintons, have all died. James McDougal was one of the most important, who nearly had a chance to testify in the Whitewater case, but then had a heart attack 1 hour before he was going to testify, and then died in the jail cell. I think that was New York Metropolitan Correctional Center too, if I'm not mistaken. There's Pizzagate, yeah, there's that, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to minimize my my stress level, so I'm not trying to urge you people to get all freaked out right now. Yeah, it's best to minimize your freak out. Save yourself, because we've got a lot coming. There's some things that are going to be happening with Trump's administration that'll blow your mind. this is not something that's just going to go away. The whole conspiracy of impeachment has been going on because Trump has been involved in some pretty shady activities with Russians and Ukrainians. That's quite of a panoramic view of something. Time lapse over a large area. McLean's Ridge webcam. Well, thank you. I'm glad to see the McLean's Ridge webcam. It's all over the country. You got webcams. That's kind of cool. Thanks for sending me the time-lapse animations of those things. 65 cameras available across the country. Isn't it amazing? Oh, this is all Australia. Yeah, Brisbane. Oh, yeah, it's probably pretty exciting to look at Australian landscapes. Okay, thanks for sharing. Hitler, he made a call to Comey, and he made a call to an FBI agent to have Epstein killed. You can prove that? I don't believe it. I don't believe Epstein died. No, we have photographic evidence of him on the boat itself. Yeah, we have the 20 days after he allegedly died. We have a drone footage by Rusty Shackelford, the YouTube account, showing Jeffrey Epstein looking up at a camera right here. Right there. And they basically opened up that picture to a full picture showing it in detail. One guy went forth and said that he took Donald Trump's plane in which he saw Jeffrey Epstein taking a young girl on Trump's plane back in 2000. See, Trump's heyday with Epstein was 1992 to 2000. Yeah, it's highly unlikely that Epstein died. He has too much dirt on so many people around the world. He probably had a kill switch that would automatically send the videos everywhere to every news agency in the world if indeed he was killed. If he didn't press a password into the kill switch, it would have automatically sent those videos out. So I'm sure the elitists didn't want that to go out, so they put him back in play. They just pulled him out of jail, and he's probably still at Epstein Island doing what he did before. I wouldn't doubt it. Eric Prince is saying the NYPD is ready to make arrests in the Anthony Weiner case. I don't believe any of this. The founder and former Navy SEAL Eric Prince, the brother of Betsy DeVos, had well-placed evidence. This is November of 2016, dude. None of this ever came to light.
Prince, founder Blackwater, former Navy SEAL, and a great friend of the site, retired Navy SEAL. I guess it's a permanent deal. Eric Prince, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm making more and more money because my sister is head of education, and they've got this money going to the Gulen schools, and they turn out terrorists that helps my business to fight terrorism. I'm doing great. Well, that's an old story, but you still are clinging on to that old crap that QAnon first pitched in 3 years ago. It's amazing. You people still believe that crap. They never are going to reveal Anthony Weiner's emails, people. Donald Trump is covering up for Jeffrey Epstein. He's owned by the deep state. What the hell is wrong with your logic? He would have prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He would have prosecuted Elizabeth Warren for lying about being a Cherokee Indian. He didn't do anything when she took a DNA test and it's proven that she's less than half of 1%, which is not even Indian. He never prosecuted her. So you've got to understand, we're probably the only show out there that's really fighting the deep state, not Donald Trump. You know, Epstein doesn't even have to change his name or identity. He can be Jeffrey Epstein and still park himself out the island. He is so heavily protected. Nobody's going to bother him. Yeah. Hey, we've reached the end of the show, but I want to play you another playback of this video. Fox News admitting to the government using directed energy weapons. This was taken a couple of weeks ago, and it's been going viral. It shows a woman appearing on Fox News absolutely saying that the government used direct energy weapons to burn the people in California. All right. I would not doubt he has his own submarine. He's Livestein. He's a Livestein. He's not dead. He's been alive ever since he was born, so he's not going anywhere. I do believe Michael Jackson was probably close to a lot of people. And he's no doubt alive as well, simply because Michael Jackson has appeared publicly. I have a few videos if you'd like me to show you Michael Jackson in public. He's been seen at a couple different events. Why would they? I'm telling you, they kept him alive. They're keeping Epstein alive because he has a kill switch that would release all the information on every single politician and famous person out there having sex with children. Of course they're keeping him alive. Simple logic tells you he would have blackmailed everybody. Because of his blackmail materials, yes. He has more than enough, and he had the kind of sophistication in his operation that would have given him a kill switch easily. They're not that hard to set up. He doesn't have billions. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly had $748 million that his brother acquired, Mark, which he's probably funneling money right back to Jeffrey whenever he needed it. And if he had hidden money beyond that to draw from, that he's not going to worry about money the rest of his life. The elites know how dumb the public is. That's why they're pitching this new story that Epstein was killed. That's a diversion. Epstein's still alive. If you don't think that, then you probably need a little bit of work on deductive thinking. We don't have any solid evidence that Epstein died. The coroner's picture does not even match his face, period. I can't believe we'd even have a discussion about this. But whatever. Let's see if I can pull up some photographs of Michael Jackson alive. I'll bring a loop together for you. Okay. Okay, we'll start with Joe Biden admitting that he did business. That's a good one. I know you Republicans like to play this over and over again. And then we'll go to Michael Jackson and pictures of him being seen alive.
That is, I'm desperately concerned about the...
It's pretty obvious that Michael Jackson had to cover up his life with a death because he was being looked into and investigated for pedophilia. And he couldn't get out from under the charges, so he bought off the Santa Barbara Police Department, in my opinion. Paid them a lot of money to not reveal any information. And then he went ahead and faked his death so he could get out from under the scrutiny of anyone seeing him. Yeah, Epstein had contacts as far into the political world as Stephen Hawking, of all people. Seen here in 2007 on Lolita Express Island. 2006, St. James Island. Yep. He was attending a conference in St. Thomas when he jotted over to St. James to hang out with Lolita Express. Stephen Hawking, yeah, you got to wonder. Numerous teenage girls were allegedly made to take part in depraved orgies at his U.S. Virgin Islands location. Anyway, we've got more reveals about Jeffrey Epstein continuing because he's still alive. That's the story that needs to go viral. Epstein has information about Donald that's incriminating. Absolutely. That Justice for Katie thing I told you about, Epstein was allegedly standing next to her when she was being raped by Donald. Allegedly. We're dealing with people that wanted to manufacture their genetic material in women all over. Epstein even gave MIT $7 million. And they tried to normalize his behavior by speaking out in favor of the whole idea of meeting young girls for Jeffrey and how normal it was in some countries. It's weird that MIT would even make statements like that. But they took $7 million of his money and they never returned it. So they're working on a DNA plan of some sort for Epstein. Epstein's not dead, people. The more we think he's alive, the more we'll get to the bottom of where he is and what he's doing. The more we think he's dead, the less likely we'll ever investigate this. Now, the government has not done any detailed investigations of the island itself. No skip loaders were brought out. We know for a fact that photographs taken in 2007 show a dungeon with 5 or 6 girls sitting, appear to be in a blurry way naked. And we can't tell if they're naked or not, but it appeared like they were naked sitting on 5-gallon garbage or plastic barrels. And that video was released. The FBI had it. They didn't even investigate the dungeon. That alone tells you something's very, very seriously wrong with this entire investigation. The NYPD and the FBI only attended one room, according to our views of a drone. And they tried to cover up the view of the drone with pieces of cardboard so that no one could see in. So the FBI and NYPD went there 2 days after Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died, more likely to get rid of information, incriminating information. Because you notice no trials are pursued now. The civil case is dropped. The criminal case is dropped. Yeah. No one's talking about his assistant, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's a known Mossad agent, just like her father, Robert Maxwell. It's crazy, all these cover-ups that have been happening in the past few years, and we're all just sitting here going, oh yeah, I believe that, sure. The FBI is not going to investigate anything. They're completely bought off. They're never going to investigate anything. The FBI doesn't seem to be doing their job. Instead of the FBI being the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it's more like the Federal Bureau of Intimidation. It's not likely going to do any detailed investigations. I've been looking at all kinds of evidence over the past 10 years coming before our show that looked like open cases that could easily be investigated as criminal cases, but not one of them has been pursued by the FBI. There's more than enough questions about all these cases that would lead to a full homicide detective looking into it, but they haven't. I don't believe they're going to make arrests. These are old. This is 4 days prior to 2016. That's not something current, Latvian girl. You're still riding with this QAnon theory that Trump is going to reveal the pedophiles. No. Yeah, 9 of those NYPD officers who viewed the evidence are now dead. Well, I can't get that link. You sent me something I don't have a link to. Well, I'd like to see the link. I can't see it on my end.
Our top story at 5:30.
By the way, I'm convinced that 9 people who died were privy to knowledge about the Anthony Weiner laptop. I'm convinced that there's something there. I'm on your side, man. I do believe that you're onto something, but okay, we got that link earlier. I'll read more of it later, but yeah, it does appear to me that there's been a massive cover-up and Trump isn't pursuing it at all. I'm glad we have Eric Prince's. This is a good link. I'm not saying it's not. I'll look at it in detail when I read it. Thank you. Okay, well, this wraps up another show. We went into overtime just talking about this stuff. It's crazy, all the stuff that we deal with. Yeah, it's one of those things that we just can't avoid, though, because there's so many questions. So you Republicans may have to look for a new candidate coming up. If Donald Trump faces the music and has to resign, you may not know who to vote for in 2020. So I urge you to consider me and get behind this third party instead of pretending like Trump is going to solve it by hijacking the Republican Party and promising you things. He hasn't done anything. He's veritably a man who talks a lot and tweets a lot, but he hasn't really accomplished any real investigation into Hillary, Elizabeth Warren, Ilhan Omar, and countless other people that seem to be, lingering in the deep state. No real progress has been made against Strzok or Andrew McCabe. William Barr looks like he's doing something, but he's not really doing something. Nothing's really going on. It's highly unlikely anything is going to happen. Good luck. Okay, so here it is, and let's play a little music, and I'll sign off. Take care. I'll be back tomorrow with another full-on show starting at 5 o'clock where I'm going to cook something, and I don't know what I'm going to cook yet, but I'll figure it out. All right. Take care. Good night.